up? What up? What up? How we do? How y'all doing? What's happening? What's going on, Coach? How you doing? I'm glad you're doing well. Much love to you too, Biscuit. You probably already long gone, but thank you so much for coming by. What's happening, Coach? I hope you're doing good, brother. What is the dealio? How's everything doing? Oh, I am doing amazing, bro. I am rocking and rolling, chilling. Good. I'm doing very good. Gotta keep it moving, right? I'm living this thing called life. Just nice and chilled. Strolling around these YouTube streets. Checking it out. Checking it out and finding where I'm supposed to be and where I fit in, honey. Because I tell you, this is, it be going down out here. Thank you so much, Blood Dragon. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I am chilling out, man, and learning a whole lot of stuff and, taking it easy. So much going on, man. You can't even keep up. Everybody's everywhere, man. I tell you, I was just talking to somebody about how about how sometimes you could be chilling with people for a long time, and then all of a sudden they change on you. You can belong to a community or not. You know what I'm saying? And that don't have nothing to do with it because all of them can get kind of shady. And what I noticed, with certain type of stuff when it comes to them communities, they act more like a daggone a clique and a cult sometimes. You know what I mean? And you have to be careful with that because people will tell you, oh, come and join our community and our hangout and our chill, this and that. And then when you get involved, you kind of really see that they're not really bringing you in like how they are with each other. They keep you kind of on the outskirts, maybe a little something here, maybe a little something there, but they really are clinging in with each other. You know what I mean? That's why I don't chase people. And that's why I don't like to have no title or nothing. I just like to be cool and be free and go around where I want to go. Because once you get involved, you start feeling some foolishness. You know what I mean? And you're like, wait a minute now. They came to me and I started supporting them back, and then all of a sudden what and what? Hey, 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 hey. How you doing, Miss Patty? I seen you over there, Miss 50. I peeped in on her right quick too, but I didn't say too much because I sometimes I chill like that in the background. How you doing, Patty? Thank you so much for coming in. We talking about the same thing because 50 came over, and that's what I was talking about in my live, and I guess she's talking about the same thing about the subscribers and how people faking the funk and come and use you. I just had a perfect example here earlier where this one girl came to me about 2 weeks ago, and I went to her and it's like she was trying to make some kind of joke like towards me. I don't know what she was doing, but anyway, she came in live today, said hi twice, and left with 5 subscribers. That's all she came for, and that's fine, but these people out here is bugging out. That's all I can say. They totally bug tripping. Let me see what it says. That's why you chase paper, not people. That's right, and the thing is, too, they think that by them trying to, they pretending to be your friend instead of them trying to chase some real money, they chasing people, but they're not building quality people. That's the problem. Because everybody's got the same saying on here, and I can tell which ones are keeping it real and which ones are perpetrating a fraud, because they keep on saying like typical stuff that they assume that's a typical thing because they hear somebody else saying it, like, oh, I don't care if I'm monetized, Oh, I don't care how many subscribers I got. Oh, I don't care. And yes, you do, because you were begging 2 or 3 videos back. You may not remember, but I remember because I was in your video. I watched your video. I was in your live. I don't know why folks do this. Like some kind of, yes, people are crazy. Rather have supporters than numbers. And and that's the reason why a lot of times people stuff don't hold up, is because they're chasing the money the wrong way. You get what I'm saying? And everybody act like they're gonna, automatically be these big time rich YouTubers, when in fact a lot of these YouTubers, it may be the luck of the draw for them. And I know a lot of people can get somewhere big on YouTube, but see, I don't want that kind of fame like that. And I'm not trying to judge, and I'm not pretending either, because I had an actual channel before this, and I let that go at 10,000 people. You heard? I could put up one video for the kind of content that I was providing, and I promise you, I would have 1,500 views right off the bat, and they weren't click views or just impression clicks. People was going in. I promise you. And I didn't know anything about the technical stuff, so I was working with somebody. This was on the business level, and I promise you, it was off the chain. But my thing is, the reason why I let that go is because I've been getting myself into God more better than what I had been. And the way I had to do the reviews that I was doing of like all these reality shows and rich and famous people, I did a lot of choice words, cussing worse than a sailor. And God started dealing with me about it, so I had to change my content. And when I changed my content, me and who I was working with, we broke bread. You get what I mean? And I ended up, when I changed it over to Rruk and went dolo, I had like 3,000 of those people that came with me that I knew from 10 years ago. And right now, if I'm like 3,000 and something, the other part, just with the 3,000, those are the people that came with me. But the other hundreds, the couple of hundreds I got on the side, that's people that I built myself on YT, being Rruk. But I had already had this from an actual channel. Yes. Oh my gosh. Hello, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a long, long time. I see you over at Winsome, but I haven't seen you. How you doing? Thank you for stopping in. It's been a long time. I hope everything is good with you. We just talking about all kinds of stuff out here on these YT streets and things, just having conversation, because these are things that need to be said, because a lot of people like to overlook stuff that is really a problem, other than always just saying, oh, my watch hours, how to get watch hours, how to get subscribers, how to all that. Sometimes you got to pay attention to what's going on. You know what I mean? Your boat ain't gonna, move if it's got a hole in it. You know what I'm saying? And just like with me too, when I go to people's lives, I don't care what you got for subscribers. You don't have nothing I can't get. That's what people don't seem to understand. When you're doing this YT thing, you do the work. Get yourself together. You know. And the thing is, I just got through talking to one of my sisters, 50, about this, and now she's speaking about the same stuff in her live, what I was just talking about, because it's the thing, it's true. People will pretend to be your friends just to come and see. And I got a few people that I just met 2 weeks ago, and one of the people came here early and just took up like 4 or 5 subscribers and dashed off. But what she don't understand, these are you don't even know, when you come over here, and I keep trying to tell people, we're not playing no games. The people that I'm trying to establish, we're trying to really connect and really be friends for real and support each other, not just for money, but really make a connection. And sometimes people don't realize, when you come in my live, you subscribing to my sister, my uncle, my own cousin, and you thinking you doing me dirty, and you dealing with my own family. You understand what I'm saying? It's a problem here. And then I noticed too, a lot of people is doing this thing where when they got a boyfriend and girlfriend that both are YouTubers, they every time, it's mostly the men that I see, when they come to somebody else's live, especially when it's a female, the girlfriends are running in the lives, oh honey, baby, kissy poo, and nobody don't want your man, sweetie. If you got to worry that much about that, then you should let your husband or boyfriend know that he can't have subscribers if they're women. Because all of that trying to prove a point and beg and coming in somebody else's live, and baby and babe and boo and heart emojis and love and sweetie and babe, man, are you trying to get this man, or do you got it on lockdown? And are you looking for a marriage, or are you laying up? Because nobody cares about none of that. All this stuff here make you look at folks and say, you know what? Folks ain't gonna, some people are not gonna never change no matter how old they get. See, I don't do all that sneaky fake friendship stuff where I gotta come over to your life live and pretend to be your friend. It's not that we're not supposed to meet and connect. That's not the point I'm trying to make. It's when people riding dirty. Also, I don't need to listen to nobody else's content because I'm not a content creator myself. I don't need to listen to what you say so that I can go and repeat what you say. You know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with that. And even when I talk, I'm talking to the world, because just because we only see each other in the live, there's people watching that don't comment and not even subscribe, but they like to watch. So you don't know where this is going. I just met a guy over in Hong Kong. I got a new sister that's in Paris. So when you put your information and you talk, this is for the world to hear. But see, you can't tell somebody else's story, especially if somebody got injured or abused and they're telling you some facts and somebody else is trying to make some kind of joke about it. And I'm not saying I don't need credit for anything, because God butters my bread daily. That's what people don't understand. When you start doing YouTube, you must have some kind of income if you're able to have internet. First of all, so for you to get crazy trying to run down these YouTube streets and lose your mind, what were you doing before for income? Way before there was any YT. What did you do for money? Because see, with me, I'm good. You know why I'm good? Because I believe in God and I'm his child. So he's going to always provide for me, first of all. Didn't he bless me enough to have what I have? You understand what I'm saying? And what does that mean? Well, why would you go to college? I mean, some people do go to college and they may take up something and then they realize they don't like it. But for me, what I've trained for, I love it. You see, I love what I do. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? I love what I do. Also, I got long run-ins of what I've been doing, and it's been perfectly fine. Also, I'm not a single woman, okay? I also have a beautiful family, okay? I don't pay all the bills by myself. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? So God has been so good to me that we straight over here. So it no need for me to come to YouTube to fake and pretend and run and try to act like I'm doing this and trying to do what somebody else doing. There's nothing wrong with it. When you deal with content creators, they are creating content, but they're also influencer. I'm not an influencer. I'm not a preacher. I don't judge people. I don't run people down. But I'm telling you, some slick people out here, and they don't never know that you're paying attention to what they're doing. And like I said before, it doesn't make sense to do that. You know why? Because if you are somebody, which we all are, and you have a soul, you can do anything you want to do and make it pop. You understand what I'm saying? You don't have to keep trying to be phony. I even just met some women here just a couple of months ago, and before they could even finish in my live, like just coming in for 5 minutes, I can tell how they came in talking to everybody like crazy. I subscribe, and I went right over to some of my YouTube friends' channel, and you've already subscribed, and you don't even damn know me. You're not even doing your research. You're just running all over the place, and that's not how you do real business and get good friends. Now, if you want to run a joke, you run a joke. But don't come over here joking, because I'll shut it down. I don't have to be bothered. I don't care if I got one person to come to my live, right? If it's just one person to come to the live and me, that makes 4 of us, because we got the physical body and we got the spirit. I don't need none of this. I don't care about none of this. Not like that. I came on here because I live my life a certain kind of way. I do have a family. I am happy, but at the same time, I got some other things that I deal with. So I don't hang out with a lot of people. Even at work, I don't deal with people. I chill. And I can't live out the way I used to. And there's a lot of folks that I don't deal with. So I came to YouTube because I like to meet people around the world and enjoy folks and have a good time. But the rest of this is crazy. That's right, it is. And the thing is, everybody keep running around here, and folks is all 50, 60, 70 years old and clowning around like they're in some kind of circus, like some young foolish child that never grew up. And that's a serious. So you know what I'm saying? We got to be better than this, because what I've been doing here, and I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. Anybody that come here, I want everybody to really be friends and love on one another and treat each other right and have a good time. You understand what I mean? But see, I'm not with no foolishness, because what I've been seeing too is, like, I had some folks that came through here, and then they came and they I got like quite a few couples that are older people, you know, a bit older than me, and they're living like for God and doing their different type of stuff on YouTube with cooking and loving their family. They don't need nobody that came from this live live to come over to their live or whatever, trying to use them up and cussing and being disrespectful, or just trying to run about to use people to build yourself up. And I keep telling people, if you build your house on sand, it won't stand. See, people don't pay attention. See, this is how I study a lot of things. And I'm not saying that I'm right, that I know everything. This is just what I'm saying, how I learn. Anytime I watch, I'm going to go back. If anybody remember any of these shows like The Wizard of Oz, everybody remembers The Three Little Pigs, Red Riding Hood. All of those tell a story. If you ever watch the movie Color Purple, you understand what I'm saying? All of these tell the story. Just like with the song with Whitney Houston, when she said, I found the greatest love of all inside of me. To me, what I took from it was the Holy Spirit living inside of me, and that might not even be what she meant. But do you understand? I have to get down to the deep. Just like if you watch these movies, everybody just watching, oh yeah, they had the people locked down. Oh yeah, that's not the moral of what the movie is supposed to be about and what you're supposed to come away with as far as having any kind of education. You know what I mean? And people don't understand, you have to break it down. And just like with the Bible, people sit down and come on and can say three things, and then that makes you saved. You understand? People are worshiping a pastor when he is just a vessel that God is using to spread the holy, the word. You can sit down and read that yourself. Just because they got a doctrine, you can get a doctrine. Do you know how many people that I know right now that were pastors and ministers that's cracked out, but they still had the ability to do that when they had this stuff together? So it is nothing to sit here and do what? What happened? Okay, so when I decided that I was going to do the Rruk of all, what did I do? I shot my shot. That's what I did. What does that mean, shooting your shot? I decided to throw up a cooking video. So when I threw the cooking video up, hey, I got 5 people that came, right? So they came, they liked it. They said they joined me, which was too quick. I didn't need it. Too quick. So I go and check these 5 people out, and guess what? I stayed with, after I seen 2 of them, I stayed with them. But after I studied them for a little while, I stayed with 2 of them. But the other 3, that wasn't my style. And what do I mean? Nothing negative. But what they were doing was negative. You know what I mean? People talking about shooting and carrying on. And then the other one, they're talking about abusing elderly people. And then this other girl, she was doing the videos with her family. But the way she smacked her 1-year-old child in the face. And that's not my business to judge. But I'm saying I don't want to partake in that. So what did I do? I kept working. But I had already had 3,000 people with me. But when I said I changed it over to Rruk, I shot my shot because I was doing different content than what I was doing before. I promise you. I even have some people that don't even understand that you got to crawl before you walk. You understand? You ain't flying nowhere. You get what I'm saying? Pay attention to what you're doing and stop trying to use people and treat people halfway. And I'm not saying when people not coming to your videos every minute, every live, all that. I don't care about none of that. That's not how you're supposed to expect to happen on YouTube. Now, I'm going to be honest. I watch a lot of people too, though, that have certain friends that's there every time, every video, I'm not doing that. You know why? Because I don't have to, and nobody has to do it for me. I don't care if I have a live up. I don't care if it's running for 8 hours. Nobody don't have to watch that. They don't even have to watch 3 minutes for me to get no watch hours. I don't give a damn about none of that. You see what I'm trying to explain to you? We got to get real here and stop playing around. Get where you're supposed to be and sit down somewhere and chill and act like the grown woman or man you're supposed to be, especially if you're walking with God. Cool yourself down. And I got this one guy that he was in my life. He came to me from somewhere. Somebody else said he seen me in their live. He started coming to the lives. Me and him clicked pretty cool. I started checking him out and supporting him. Then he come in here and meet 3 or 4 people, and then he don't come no more, which I don't care about that either, because sometimes people may meet through you, but they get along better than you get along with them. You get what I mean? And nothing is wrong with that. But I can tell when people are running out here trying to undermine people and backbite and play them kind of games. You know what I'm saying? Worry? No, I'm not worried. I don't need anybody. Oh, pray? I don't have to do that. I know what I'm doing. This is one thing that we have to realize. We got 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. When you run down the street and act a fool and carry on, somebody have to say something. Even if you, and people don't realize, everybody always say stuff like, if you say things, you got to know when to hold them and you got to know when to fold them. And I'm going to give you guys an example. I was in Walmart one day, right? And this was a good while ago, right? And an older woman older woman came by, and I was already standing there. As a matter of fact, I was looking at some hair dye, and I was right where I'm supposed to be with my carriage, everything. I promise you that, for real. I chilling. And she came by, oh, you can at least move. And I said, well, ma'am, if you needed something over here, that's all you had to do was tell me so I can move the carriage. But I was already over here. She just talking. I didn't say nothing else to the lady. I moved back and let her have it. I left from over there. She came back around. No, she left. Then I went back over there. She came back around again. And then the people in the store, like 2 people was there stocking. They asked me did I want them to call security because she was so loud. I said, no, I'm fine. She left off again, came back again. This time I said something, and I told her, I said, ma'am, you're being very disrespectful. Leave it alone. Now, anybody else, oh, if you're a Christian, oh, that ain't got nothing to do with it. That ain't got nothing to do with it. Was she a Christian? What did I say that was wrong? You see what I mean? This is how we do here, though, out here in this world. People forget that, Rome wasn't built overnight. This is not nothing that you got to jump to. And I don't need to come to hear what you talking about on your channel so that I can run and hurry up and set up a live or bug out because I'm trying to be in competition with you or I'm trying to outdo what you said. That's not even what it is because the stuff I'm talking about happened in my life. Now, if we talking about the weather and stuff, that's happening around the world. If we know a store, HEBs, Kroger's, they got to sell, that's happening around the world. But certain things and certain situations that happen with other people, and what people do is try to act like they cool with you, but they're really looking for something. You know what I mean? They ain't really got your back. They're looking for something. And there's nothing wrong with that, but don't do it dirty. That's all I'm saying. It's fake, it's popping by, don't want to be bothered, running down over here. Then I've been noticing too by here, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but by complexion. I've been watching how people behave on here by complexions. You know what I'm saying? And and what I tried to do when I come on here, I tried to make sure I get involved with a whole bunch of different people from different ethnic backgrounds. But folks don't play that. I got a few lives that I go in, and these people from this race, the certain ones are way off the track, where you can't even talk. They're always being rude. Everybody's fake, phony. They barely speak. It's a trash to behave like that as human beings and grown folks. You know what I mean? I'm not here to beg or kneel for nobody but God. So people need to wake up and pay attention to all of this foolishness that we have going on. And I also do not understand when I have this stuff going like this. If you don't like the content or what I'm conversating about, it don't mean nothing just to swipe and go on. Ain't nobody gonna feel no way. You know what I mean? Because this is what the problem is with everybody. They always are worried about who can do what for them, who they can show off for, who got this and who got that. When you really yourself and ain't got nothing. You know what I mean? Ain't got nothing. I had I got two YouTubers three YouTubers right now that's going through some mess here because one of them tried to act like, by you running down people and letting people use you was going to be on top. And now you see what's been said to you about you not rocking with the right people. Watch what you're doing. Then you got another one that's running around trying to take over everybody's channel that they go to. That's another problem. See what I'm saying? Then you got another one that's living a fake life to try to act like they're in a clique that's so important and so connected, and it's not that. Because everybody around you is getting monetized, but you can't you see what the common denominator is? That stuff is obvious. Watch where you at. Stay in your lane. Get yourself together or just let it be. It doesn't make sense. And I'm going to go silent now because I know y'all probably done popped off somewhere else because I noticed that I got a few people that, was here and certain stuff I talk about, they leave. And I noticed that about that person. But they're going to have to get with the program because I understand where they're coming from. But if you don't like it, that's exactly what you should do. Slide right on out because everything ain't going to be emoji, smiley faces all the time, even though I'm not sad. But I'm going to talk. You know what I mean? And I'm going to talk about some real things. And then these people, they only want to speak about stuff when they're, when they got problems. You know what I mean? And when we all actually go through the same thing. So we have to watch that, because some of that right there, because if I'm talking about something or if I'm in a live, just say I go to somebody's live and it was you that was just having a common conversation. and then they start talking about something that I'm, dealing with that's a problem right now, and it may be a trigger, then I'll leave for now. But I'm not gonna knock them or feel no kind of way, and I'll come back another day. But because people, just because they support you, don't mean they rock with you and everything you do or like everything you do, and that's perfectly fine. But let's keep it real at least. While we're moving along this thing called YT life. Patty, because this stuff here, it makes, this nasty out here. You know what I mean? This makes it nasty out here because it's fake. You know what I mean? Just like, what it remind me of. And I'm not going to be disrespectful, and I'm not saying anything to call nobody out. I'm talking about my peeps in my personal, where I born from. If I'm not Jamaican enough, if I'm not Puerto Rican enough, if I'm not American enough. You see what I'm trying to tell you? Racism within the race. Just like people jumping, yes, very nasty. Just like people jump around here and keep saying Black Lives Matter. Well, how are you trying to run a program and march and got on a t-shirt saying Black Lives Matter when number one, all lives matter, and number two, you treat each other worse than any other race? So what are you talking about? See, that's another thing that I speak heavily about as well too. And I keep telling people, I don't care what your nationality is. If you from, even if you just say, for instance, what is a black man? A black woman? Oh, I'm from Africa. I'm from Jamaica. I'm from America. Well, what color is your skin? Then what are you? Are you a child of God, or are we going by just that alone? You understand? You got to understand what umbrella you fall under before you come out here and protest. I remember I was in a store one day, and a woman got mad because somebody called her Jamaican, but she was Bayesian, and she got upset about that. Nobody, that even if they said that African American woman, well, you are. You are. Just like if you're looking at under the umbrella, know what you know. You get what I'm saying? Even if you say, you know what, I'm from the Asian. No, I'm in the Asian community, okay? But I'm not Chinese. I'm not. What are you? Don't that all fall under Asian? Come on, please do your research so that you can understand what's going on when you get out here fighting the fight. Just like you say, well, I'm Dominican. Well, you fall under the Hispanic umbrella. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? People don't understand. You're not separating nothing just because if you got a different type of food you eat. We all come from the same place. And really, that's God. And He made us all different colors and different languages for a reason. But at the same time, we may have different ethnics. We may eat different foods and came up in an island and came up in the, North Pole. But the matter of fact, it was still one God. Even if you want to say I'm Jehovah's Witness, I'm Baptist, I'm Pentecostal, one God, one love. It doesn't make you any different just because of where you were placed. You understand what I mean? You can take a child, and I don't want nobody to misunderstand because I'm not racist. I'm just pointing out what I dealt with most of the time in my life. Not just, they're slaves and all that. No, not that. In your own family. Mama, grandmama, and them acting the fool, and they don't want to decide to mix you up. You know what I mean? You can't pick who born you. You see, and this is where people have that problem at, because they're so quick to point fingers and think that they're better than somebody because of little petty things, when in fact that has nothing to do with it. You can take a baby, and I don't want nobody to misunderstand me. You can take a baby right now, a newborn baby, and that baby could be Caucasian, 100% both parents. We all mix with something though, by the way. But you can take that baby and put them over in Jamaica or Puerto Rico, and you can't tell me that child won't grow up just the same. Because that's where you were placed at. Just like they said, a bunch of people that actually is from Africa of color, and the majority are. But they want to say, well, I'm African, but you're only African American. I'm more over you than that. That has nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with it. She says, one God. Yes, one. Amen, man. And that's exactly what I'm saying. But see, the people them don't see that though. So this is why we keep a division. Because I even know when I'm on this YT, and like I said, I learned this first of all from family, within family, behave in a certain kind of way. Because you got to look at it. Whenever anytime you breed with a man, your husband, boyfriend, whatever everybody's doing out here, you have to remember, if you just say, if you are American and your husband is Portuguese, don't you think that the child is going to need to know something from both ethnic backgrounds? The child didn't pick to be born, so they're gonna go over to the this family and that family, and it may be some different upbringings because of how they deal with stuff. But at the same time, the child is half of both. So if you come up a certain kind of way, then you know that you're going to be exposed to that if the family is connected properly. The Portuguese family may have a certain kind of way they want to be Jehovah Witness. The American family say they Baptist. And you understand what I mean? And that's a big division. Just like me, I can talk patois. Yo hablo español también, pues yo hablo así. You see what I'm saying? Listen. We ain't with this game. You understand what I mean? We ain't with this game. That's what I keep trying to tell people. Stop playing the game. Get yourself together. It's not worth it in the long run. Because I tell you this, and I say this for real, and I don't mean to pick out, particular people and famous people, but I'm going to use this just for example. It could be Holly Berry and me, right? They would consider me as, because I am from a mixed background. So you just say, she is, just say I'm middle class, and Holly Berry is a millionaire, right? Do you think that's going to matter when we both stand in front of God? I'm asking. Do you think that's actually going to matter because she's a millionaire? That's going to make God judge me because she got more money? I'm going to go to hell and she's going to be better than me. Do you understand? We came in this world butt naked with nothing, and we will leave butt naked with nothing. You have to understand God gives certain people talents, but it does not mean that he look at them more than he look at another person because of what you have far as material wealth. That has nothing to do with it. God sees your soul and your heart and who you are. And at the end of the day, I don't care if I'm standing next to Holly Berry. We both gonna be butt naked and have to be judged for what we done. It don't have the money, it's not gonna get her into heaven. You get what I'm saying? That has nothing to do with it. And that's how people need to be, because I see people act funny with certain kind of ways, and I promise you, I try not to, even on YouTube and even with people in their personal life, stop the favorite game. You know what I'm saying? Because you can tell when you see people hanging out more with other people because they're forming some kind of clique because they're from the same race, or because you're half of that and you're not fully, so they don't fully accept you. You see what I mean? People do have their favorite kind of TV shows and stuff, but I don't when the people come and hang out with me on YouTube, I don't make nobody feel no different or no better one over the other, because that's not how I am. You know what I mean? When I see people, I respect everybody the same way. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter if you're purple, if you're green, if you're yellow. It doesn't matter. We all are one people, but people have a way of overlooking you. Like I said, you can go to your American family and do something or want some of the food that your Jamaican family cook, and they may say something. You go to your Jamaican family and they say you're too American. How you pick them things? How you pick them things? You can't pick who your parents are going to be. The only way that people can pick who their parents is, who's going to be there. What kids can't even pick. The parents will pick the kids, even if you adopt. You go and see what child you want, or you pick a husband or what race you want to mix up with, and you want your kids to look this way, to be mixed with that, but the child cannot pick who's going to breed them. So you can't go about it and say, well, you know what, this is that kid, that it's not the kid, it's the parents. It's up to you what you decide to do whenever you get married or whoever you decide to have a child with. But kids don't have all of them troubles and worries. It's the world that puts the issues on them and their families. Because anytime you have a new baby, a baby come in with a clean slate. You understand what I'm saying? The baby come in, know nothing. Innocent, born into sin though, because there's sin in the world already. But know nothing. It's like a blank book. You have to fill in the pages, the values. And like I said before too, people don't seem to understand that you have to have a better connection with folks than worried about what they look like. You got to go deeper than that, because when the flesh is gone, how are you going to feel when that person is not being around you physically? Because you're so worried about that you didn't even pay attention to what really makes them tick. You know what I'm saying? It's the inside. It's not just this, just what she got big breasts, he's handsome. Nobody don't care about that. That's the whole problem with everybody. That's why people are having a hard time getting themselves right the way they should be, because they're worried about the wrong things. And God wants us to live and have a nice, strong life and decent things in our life. But that's not what's most important. It's who you really are and what your spirit is about. It has nothing to do with every car you got. And I'm not saying God don't want you to have a car, a nice home, nice clothes. All of those things are here because he provided those for us. But if you look at that to take as that's going to put you into heaven, it's not going to work. That's the problem with everybody. They don't seem to understand it to a certain extent. And a lot of people don't know that we all have different levels of our walk with God. And a lot of times when you have something going on here, people may have gotten themselves together a little bit more better than you at the time. But whenever somebody is further along on their journey with God, it don't make that they come and judge you. You understand what I mean? Just because you further along than the next person. Sometimes what you got to do is you got to lend a helping hand because you may have been able to process something that they haven't got to yet. But it don't make you more Christian than them or holier than them, and it don't make God look down on you and look at them like they're better than you. Because see, what you have private between you and God, can't no man see that. That's only come from God. God is the only one that has that sacred private relationship with you. No one else can. But anyway, I see everybody probably leaving off and gotta do what they gotta do. So I'm gonna still be here, but I'm gonna go silent. When I chat like this, I would I like to be active with you guys. So I don't want to be sitting here. I know some people don't will listen to you, you know what I mean? And they'll cook up in the kitchen and work and thing. But I don't want to seem like I'm coming too crazy and too strong on y'all. Y'all know where I'm coming from with this. We got to make a difference in the world out here, y'all. We got to do better than this. And I promise you, YouTube is a good place to do this at. But if you're part of the foolishness, you can't make a difference because you're running around clowning. And like I said before, anytime and I'm watching people here want to control a lot of stuff, just like this person was telling me that they got some live they went to and people trying to control you and stuff. You're not famous, first of all. This is YouTube, man. Even some of the YouTubers that I know that got millions of subscribers, they're still not on the level of Holly Berry or none of them. Please. You understand what I mean? Some of them don't even got as much money as you think they got. You know what I mean? And I keep telling people, just like with, and I have to say allegedly, even though it's the truth and it's printed everywhere. Will Smith, back when he was on the Fresh Prince, he got too caught up and thought, he could do whatever you want. He had to file for bankruptcy, even though he's wealthier now than ever. I'm just saying he had to file for bankruptcy. I spoke about this before. Also, MC Hammer, allegedly had to file for bankruptcy. Wesley Snipes allegedly had to go to jail because he wasn't paying his taxes right. You see what I'm trying to tell you? We got all kinds of stuff going on here. But do you think that matters to God when you get ready to get judged and when it's time for you to go? He don't care about how rich you were. Those are not that has nothing to do with it. If you got a BBL, if you got 3 Mercedes, all of that stuff is material things. And like I said before, you came in here butt naked with nothing and you will leave butt naked with nothing. And you'll be surprised who you might be standing up next to a trillionaire and you were sleeping on a park bench and you standing up in front of God with the trillionaire. Do you honestly think that person is going to go to heaven just because they're rich? People don't, they say things, but they don't believe in truly what they say. You know what I mean? And a lot of times people don't realize less is more. You get what I'm saying? I just had a long talk here with a few people here earlier about all of this type of way that people live, and people assume because you come from this old school stuff that people was necessarily poor when they're just simply independent. You understand what I mean? I know so many families that could have had different things in their life, but their family wanted to be modest. Good people going to church and serving God and don't want a whole lot of show. You know what I mean? I gotta have 15 pairs of shoes. I've been there, done that. I probably got 15 pair now. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? Some people don't want all of that, but that doesn't mean that you're poor when you don't have those things. That's not what equates. What you are and what you're going to do just by material things, because people want to be seen like they got it going on and popping and trying to show off and stuff. And really, one thing I can honestly tell you too is that anytime I've ran across people that like to show off a lot, I realize that they're weak in so many areas that's more important, that they need to use that strength there. Because they need people to see something that they're really not. So they got to go and get something. Even I notice people when they do stuff like go to reunions. You know what I mean? Like if you're going to a reunion from back when you was in high school. You know what I mean? Y'all all 30 now and y'all going to a reunion and people running around like you got a lot of the females They know they done got overweight and stuff, and they're trying to put on this bustier and this girdle, sucking it in, suffocating, just to make it look like they still as skinny as they was back when they was a teenager. To who? You got guys running out here trying to get a car to try to show off that they got it going on and that they driving a BMW so that everybody can think they're doing well, when in fact you're driving a decent Honda, and one of your payments you used to rent this BMW to show off, and now you're late with a car payment because you're worried about, you want people to see I got it going on. He pulled up in the Benz, he ain't fat, his hair ain't gray. We know all that ain't true. Come on now. Some people are really doing good and made it happen, but some people are perpetrating a fraud. And see, that's your lie. Because when you lie to people, you lie to yourself. And that's how, the mask comes off and it all falls down. Just like a lot of people, and even myself, you look pulled together in your clothes and stuff like that, but when you get home, some things ain't what they say. I don't even care. It ain't got nothing to do with no age either necessarily. But a lot of people get, women put these bras on and bustiers and girdles and stockings and makeup and concealer, which ain't nothing wrong with none of it. I'm just saying, we know what we look like when we wake up, and that's who God sees. You understand what I'm saying? And there's nothing wrong with getting yourself cleaned up to go out the door, because you're supposed to have it together. But a lot of people are more worried about that than they are about who they really are. And that's sad, because you're putting up some type of falseness, especially here on YouTube. It make no sense to pretend to be something and then live with the lie that you created, and that it's not true. That's a problem for yourself in the long run, no matter what everybody else left off thinking. You know what I mean? And like I said before, I had, people just keep peeping in, and they're not really here to support you. They ain't got your back, because I can tell. And like I said before, I got so many people that I knew, and they done got on to somebody else, and I don't care about that. But you keep coming and you're repeating. And what repeating means? You're just coming over to see what I'm talking about so you can go and say the same thing, which this is not a big deal. Turn on the damn news. Open up a newspaper. Tell really what's happening with your life, and that'll be enough for you to get what you need, if this is for clicks and views. Because when somebody's talking about their real life story, nobody ain't got time for somebody to go somewhere and try to make a joke of it. Just like this one that came up in here, and I told one of my well, actually I didn't tell them. I was telling I was talking about, this was earlier because I had stopped this live for some hours now, and I just started it back. And I was talking about folks doing this kind of stuff, and two of my YouTubers said something, and then somebody hit me up on the gram. They said, yeah, that girl that was in your live earlier, while we were still talking, I had got a notification, and she automatically just came in your live and subscribed to me right off the bat. And I seen that she did that. And I want to tell her nicely, she don't have to come back over here, because this is petty what you're doing here. You go ahead, sweetie. You go ahead, because if you come in here and I see how you roll and how you conduct yourself, I don't need you to visit me. And I'm not mad at you, baby, but you go ahead and you find them tricks and them treats. You understand what I mean? Sub for sub, get right in that line and see how far it's going to take you. It's just like church hurt. You get up around a few people and you start attending church, and then as soon as you do one thing wrong or miss one Sunday or whatever the case may be, I don't know why everybody think they got to go to church only on Sundays, by the way, anyway. But you miss one Sunday, or you ain't ate the bake sale, they're about to chew your head off, because they don't even know that you was homesick. If I'm not responsible of setting up a buffet table or watching the kids or whatever I may do when I come to church, I don't got to call 5 and 6 of y'all and tell y'all I'm not going to make the service. That ain't none of your business. If I'm not coming for whatever reason, that ain't got nothing to do with you. So now, when you come back, yeah, look at her. Yeah, she didn't show up last week though. See them old ones in and out, 1 foot in and 1 foot out, and that don't even be the case necessarily. That don't even be the case. They don't even know what happened to you. They don't even know if you was in the hospital, a car accident, anything could have happened to you. But see, they're talking about what they want to talk about. They're painting the narrative about you the way they want it to be, and don't care what's real and what's not, because they got to gang up together. By the way, they're in church doing this. You got these grown women that's supposed to be serving God, and men too. Honey, yeah. Look at her. Yeah. They're so good at that. So good at that foolishness. But yet you're in here talking about praise the Lord. You mean to tell me that you're in church and you still got that kind of rapport, and you know what? They do, because they ain't made it nowhere yet. And some of these folks, that's how they gonna be. People. That's why I don't even this, and and just like when I was over there in Miss 50, I read, because I came, but I just didn't say anything. And I read what you had made a comment about, Patty, about how folks are going crazy out here for these subscribers and things of that. Because you see what it is. See, we're not falling for it, but I know a lot of people are, and I got a few people that I met. And I thought they was cool for a while, but then they start feeling themselves too much that I'm not, I ain't even with that train. You understand what I mean? Because the road you going down is dark, where I'm going is lit. I ain't even fooling with it. That's why some people, I just let it go, because I watch folks that definitely are more worried about what you can do for them than what we can do together. You get what I'm saying? What we can do together. That's the problem. And people, and that's the whole thing too, that's a problem too, is when you assume things. And it's not good to do that, because you don't have a right to do that if you don't really know what you're talking about. And if you have something about somebody that you got to assume that much, maybe you don't need to be involved with them then. If it's that bad to where you got to assume things instead of straight up asking people what's going on, how you doing, what happened here, blah, 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 blah. If you can't do that, then let it go. Let it go. You don't have to worry about all that, because that's not what's paying your bills, obviously. That's not your life. So why would you worry about it? And I mean, out here on the social media and out here in person. You know what I mean? People seem like they don't understand that they don't have to be or do certain things. That's why I said I don't see how people get up in other folks' lives and be arguing with the hosts and arguing with other people in the chat and all that foolishness. It doesn't make any sense, because you don't have to do that. Anytime you go somewhere and something is going down and you don't like it, leave. You don't have to stay there to try to get into it with somebody, to get mad at somebody, to go off on somebody. Go ahead and go where you go. You know what I mean? And live your life, because I promise you, there is plenty of room for everybody, and everybody around is definitely going to find their way to where they be. And they're going to find kind people the kind of people that's like them, where they click. You got to know that about, even in life, even when you hanging out, when you get grown, friends, and you looking for a husband and all that kind of stuff, you will definitely find out where you belong at, and find somebody that you click with, somebody that you want to marry, find you a best friend if that's what you're looking for. You just got to take your time and stop trying to go for stuff all kinds of crazy and wild. Just like when I came over to your live the other day, Patty, I had when you were at Publix, I seen a few people over there, and one was speaking to me heavily, and I was like, well, I don't know, I don't know what happened, but I haven't seen you in a long time. I've supported you so good, I stopped coming. And then she got the nerve to try to hit me up on the gram. Oh, how you doing? Man, get up out of here. And talking about God all the time, and playing God music and sermons and stuff, and then gonna try to run a trick like that. Man, you ain't got nothing to do with me. Go on with that foolishness, child. Yeah, yes, foolishness. And I'm like, don't try to come now because you see me in somebody's live. I've been supporting you, and I promise you, this person puts up a video almost every day. And like on the weekends, they play a lot of Christian music, and they play pastor speaking, and they talk about some stuff, and they don't stay too long. And I supported them, and out of me probably visiting them probably about a good maybe 10 times, they've only probably came to me once or twice. That ain't my cup of tea. I see what's going on there. You know what I mean? And a grown woman, older, knowing better than that, and then gonna try to hit me up after they see me over there. No. Go ahead, sis. You good. I didn't even respond back. I ain't mad or nothing, but I'm not with that. I'm not with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not with that absolutely at all. And then another thing too, I noticed that what we got a problem with here too on these YouTube streets is that people know the typical stuff to say to you to make you think they got your back, when a lot of them are not utilizing what they say they're utilizing. You got people, as soon as they pop up, oh, I'm here, I'm there. You listen, full of it. Listen, don't bother. Because like I said, you lie to me, you lie to yourself. I don't care. I don't understand why you don't see that. Nothing is going to change just because you're missing if you're not coming to the table with something valid. You know what I mean? Yes, yes. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? Yes. Yep, you know who I'm talking about. All of that stuff, and they don't realize that. And I'm gonna tell you this, and I don't mean to be shady. They don't realize that, they keep claiming, "Oh, I was a drinker. No, you was cracked out too. You were both." See, I did the research before I even started being bothered with you, and I said this person trying to get clean and get this stuff together. But see, when you in other people's lives 10 years ago and on Facebook and all these places, you don't know what people do research on to find out a little something about you. No shade, but I said this person looked like they're getting this stuff together, so I started chilling with them. But then after a while, I started realizing that the same way that they hustled when they was drinking and cracked out, they're still running that now, but they're using God with it. You get what I'm saying? And constantly trying to get somebody to pay for something and buy something and all this old foolishness. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, getting too big for their britches. You know what I mean? Getting it all turned up and stuff. And like I said before, you keep fooling around there, you're stuck where you at, where you trying to leave from. And you know what I'm talking about. And I ain't wishing nobody no bad, because I'll still pray for you the same way. Even if you came and disrespected me, I'm not going to hate you for it, because I don't need to have that weight on me. You get what I'm saying? But I definitely ain't going to keep fooling around with it either, though. But they play that game everywhere. Yeah. Listen to this one. Yeah, honey, yeah. And then you'll talk about a million medical problems, and I'm finna get it together and eating all over the place. Oh, nope, I'm gonna take it easy today. And, the God bring me this talent and all that mess. Listen, I see you. I see you. Yep, you know what I'm talking about. That's it. Yep, and I know you know what's in. And I'm like, please don't try to start getting on me, because you haven't had nothing to do with me. And I started to stop fooling with you several times, because I can see what kind of games you playing. What you like to do is you like to have these lives and these shorts and whatever you have, and you want people to flip out and lick down and run you down, and all the ones that's begging you and running behind you, that's who you got time for. And then everybody else is thrown to the wayside if they don't beg you. Like, just say if you put up 5 videos and I only came by once, but the person that came by 2 or 3 times, that's who you're trying to ride with. You see what I mean? And that's not how you're supposed to value people, because you don't know the people that's able to come more. Maybe they got a different life, a different something than I do, and I can only come by once in a while because I do YouTube too, and I got my own job, family, and things of that. So you got to look at it like that. But see, when you're shady, and you're standing on shaking grounds, real people can see right through you, even though you may be fooling the few. I see you, and you're way too old for that. And I see you got a lot of your ways in you that you had back when you were active user, if you still ain't using. You get what I mean? And I had another one like that. They say, "Oh yeah, I'm recovering." No, you're not. No, you're not. I can already tell you don't understand when you speak. I don't care if I've never seen your face before. I know you high. That's all I'm gonna say. And I wish that that curse be removed from you, but you're not playing me. I see you. Not that one there that we talk about, but I got another one like that. Keep coming in here. I'm praying over the live, y'all. Yes, what God put together with us in Jesus' name and all that, saying that like that, and ain't even really living your personal life. Because see, what happened was, your slip is hanging, sis. I see you. Good. Go ahead. But you know what? You got to get from over here with that, though. Because anytime you got somebody that's using God's name wicked like that and playing that kind of game, you don't really want to be involved with that type of person, because you can't save them. Because they don't want to be saved. They planning on something. You get what I mean? They got a plan. And they want to suck you right into it. Keep coming to every live I have there, hanging. Every live, hanging out, hour, 2 hours. You close down, they come back every day, talking about God and and you get that, and everything you talking about, you're not telling the truth. You're not telling the truth, because see, once you start dropping names and then you looking a little sketchy yourself, it don't take much to do some research. And once you do the research, the people that you're talking about, I check them out and come to find out you over there tripping in their space. They gave you somewhere to stay. You the one that's still out here guttering it out, and that's why you don't have what you're supposed to have right now. But you pretend and painted this fake picture and run into everybody's lives saying the same thing. And like I said before, people want to brag about these numbers that they got, and like they got such a big channel and all this stuff. Half of them people is ghosts. You know damn well ain't that many people supporting you. Ain't that many people supporting you. And then you got these folks here, oh, my channel it got shut down, but it's because I did this. No, you didn't. You did something illegal. I already know. Stop. Come on. Stop pretending. Stop calling God out when it's convenient and you want to play with it. Using God, yes. And you get caught out there, especially when you're using it to brainwash somebody and manipulate somebody. You get caught out there and it goes down. You understand what I mean? It goes down. You got to watch out for that too, because those kind of people like that, if they want to disrespect God, what you think they're going to do to you? You know what I mean? That's why I said they need to cut it out. And I got so many people, they pop up, oh, I'm just stopping by, but I got you running. You know you're not. No, you're not. And you know how I know too? Because I watch you do that. And then later on, or next day when you have a live, at the same time that you said when they would do something, you told somebody that you was at the grocery store. So you ain't doing nothing. And then you said you only had one device. So how you letting me run if you only got a cell phone and you're doing a live at the grocery store? Man, listen. Just stop. You know what I mean? Just stop. I told you got that right, Miss Patty. The math ain't mathing. And people use, them excuses how people be doing stuff, just like people say, like, when they, kind of out of character. Oh, yeah, you know how Mondays is. We got certain things that we can lean on because we put, we put the truth in front of a lie. You know what I'm trying to tell you? Come on. You know how many people say, I got so many people that pop up and so quick. Yeah, no. You may have some of them days for real, but this is a game you're running. You know why I say that? Because you done ran around to 3 or 4 people lives and said that, because I followed your trail and I tried to figure out, well, who are you really watching though? And if you just indicated that you only have one device, how are you doing the live with that device if you only have one device to do social media with? So you let the cat out of the bag right there. You understand what I'm saying? It's time to clean your litter box, baby. Come on. Let's be honest. We know what this is. I see you. You're popping around. You're playing the game. You're not being honest. Just like I got one YouTuber, too, that I thought was good people. And now that I've been changing my time, that I do it because I have to. It's not just about what I want to do. It's what my life dictates to me. Now they call themselves not coming no more or whatever. Well, you change the thing. Okay, bye-bye. Yep, thank you. Find somebody else to fill that slot for you, sweetie. Good luck. And I ain't mad at you. I see you when I see you, and there ain't no hard feelings to that. But stop playing the game, though. Stop pretending that you're doing something when you're not, just to get somebody to come. And that's what there's a few people too that I've been watching fly around. Older grown folks. This love connection. Keep running around here, popping in everybody's lives and stuff all over the place. They'll never stay long, just so you can see that they were there, and then run back over and support them. They've been running a con, and I've been watching them, and so many people have said something, and I said, okay, I got it now. See them. I know. I tell you, that's what I'm talking about. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, I know that there is some couples out here that's running around there, and I know everybody's been getting a visit by them because they done already came over here. And I see them over at 3 or 4 other people, and the first thing they doing is, hey, how you doing? They just say one word right quick and dash. Now, I'm not saying I know everybody that they're subscribed to or who they really support and spend some time, but if you was looking at them to come and help you build watch hours, honey, you'll be sitting there all day watching yourself, because they're not there for that. They just come by and run so that you can see them, and then they're gone. And they keep doing this on a regular basis, and I keep seeing them saying the same thing at everybody's channel. Oh, I can't stay now, but you were just over here, and you over there, and I can see it says 5 minutes ago. So I'm like, well, you was just over here. You said the same thing over here, so really what's good? Come on now. You know that game, the puppet, because see, what people know is that once they see you, once they know that you see them in your live, or that you comment on they comment on one of your videos, you want to go back and give them the same props. They just came to be seen to get you to come over there, but they really don't care about you and your content. That's how the game goes. Just like with this girl here earlier, she came in the live, and she done came here and bit off 3 or 4 people, and then she done went to one of my YouTubers that's doing the live too and made a comment like twice on that one video, and I said, oh my gosh, that was the quickest move I've seen. Don't come back over here. Because I know if if you're doing that, you're not meaning me no good, and then you're running towards people that's my friends and stuff playing some games over there. We don't want that. We don't want that. We ain't got time for none of that. We want to chill out and be with positive people that's really doing something and really rocking and rolling for real. And I'm not saying that a person has to come to every live you do. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about somebody being shady and running some game. You get what I'm saying? And I noticed that a lot of these folks too, what they want to do is they want you to help them become famous, but they ain't even got your back. You know what I mean? And then you got people that are, that, like we said, that keep on talking this church stuff, but they're still drinking. They still lit. You get what I'm trying to tell you? They're still doing it. And they're trying to tell you, oh, yeah, I'm saved. And there ain't nothing wrong with it, because maybe they can, they're, wrestling, trying to get the alcohol under control and get God in their life. But some folks be playing games. I've seen a few of them who don't support too many folks in their lives. Yep, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I've been having that same thing. I've been watching the game. And like I said, these people, they'll fly around and they're running to, now you got to remember, if you know how when you go to somebody's live, not even live, but when you go to somebody's video, you can tell how long ago that they posted that comment. So if you came to my live and told me that you only got 5 minutes, and then I happen to, to go to somebody, while I'm running a live, just to holler at other people, because I do support people while I'm doing my lives too. And I see you just said the same comment in that live too, or on that person's page, just running amok. You know what I mean? And then you got some people that has been doing stuff, and then all of a sudden now they're running the church on their thing. And they, man, listen here. Listen here. Just stop. Just chill, and it'll all come to you. Whatever's meant to be is going to be. A lot of times people don't even realize, like with this YT stuff and even other things in your life, your personal life, sometimes certain things ain't meant to happen, and that might be something good for you. You got to know what you know. It might not be happening for a reason. And that's not just to get monetized on YT, get that job you want, that house, that car, marry that person, have that baby. If it's not for you, then sometimes it's a reason for that. And that doesn't mean that it's necessarily a bad thing. It may not be the right time in the season. It may not be in his plans for your life. So you got to take that and strive. You understand what I mean? And really feel it. And take it serious, you know what I'm saying? And I know a lot of people too that come and hang around you, and they just want to see what you doing, but they ain't with you. You know what I mean? They ain't with you. They just around you because they want to know what you doing, so that they can get over and try to be in competition with you. And I don't understand, how can you do that? Because you're not me and I'm not you. So that only goes so far, and then you're hanging, you're dangling. You're dangling because what you're doing, you can't complete it because you're not that person, and you're trying to run game on somebody, but you can't do it because you're not them. It ain't the same thing as that we all go and get the same wig or the same pair of shoes or the same pair of sneakers. Not that type of thing. When you are authentically who you say you are, can't nobody duplicate you or emulate you. You know what I mean? Even if it's just a look or something, Or leave. Already left. LOL. Yes, I've been noticing that, because I just had somebody that I was shocked, because I've been watching them do this now. When I first met them, they were more active, but I've been watching them do this now probably 3 or 4 times. They soon, I'm sitting just like right now. I'm sitting here, and if they popped up in the live. As soon as they popped up, I didn't even type. I spoke it into the mic. And it instantly asked them a question, and it was gone so fast they didn't even see it, because you weren't planning on doing nothing. You weren't planning on doing nothing. Some people really are leaving it and letting it run for real and got your back. Some people are really busy, just like I had somebody pop up in my life. Well, I'm just going to be here for a minute, and if you feel like talking, then I'll talk with you. Well, first of all, you don't know what I'm doing, and that's very rude. And like I said, that's why I always leave it up here saying Rruk silent stream. So that if I am working for real, or if I didn't want to talk to you, I could say that nicely. You know what I mean? But you coming in with all kinds of set attitudes when you feel like being bothered, and then you demanding certain stuff from people when you come to hang out with them too. You got to watch out for that stuff too. It's like a whole bunch of people thinking that they're gonna play somebody to get to where they need to be. And I remember this guy that I met here probably about maybe about 4 or 5 months back. Real nice guy, kept coming to my lives, and it was a lot, and I was trying to figure out, was he down or what was it about, right? So I started supporting him the same way, and I promise you, within 3 days after he announced that he was monetized, I haven't heard from him again. In the flash, that's right, because see, the thing is, they don't want to be there. They don't want to watch your content. They want to show you that they were there so you can come running over and support them. But they don't want to do the one hand washes the other thing. They're coming to make sure you build them up. And also a lot of these people that keep running all these games talking about I'm from this crew and this clique, and it's only certain amount of them in these gatherings that are really supporting each other fully, and then the rest of y'all is just like that, just to throw it to the side. You know what I mean? They have you thinking, oh, join us, we with this and that, and only like 10 of them really are down with each other to make sure they all grow and do what they need to do, and the rest of the people are just casualties. I've watched that too. You know what I mean? And I'm the type like this. I've supported several people that didn't have my back, but you know what? I decided to stop doing that, and the only reason why is not even necessarily tit for tat, but it's because I'm wasting my time when I could be really hanging out with some friends and people that really got my back. You get what I mean? Because this YouTube has you going too hard, so it's best not to waste your time somewhere when you can really be down with the right people. So I got some folks here that I start watching, like I said, and they keep on doing this kind of stuff here repeatedly. I just fall off, hoping that they'll see and don't bother come back, and I won't bother them, and there's no hard feelings. And that's all it is the flash in and the flash out. But as soon as they get ready to throw up a live or something, they run you down to make sure that people hitting you up all in the DMs. I'm going to be doing something today. In case you didn't get the notifications, I just want to hit you up to make sure you know that I'm going to be doing a live today, okay? And when the last time you came by my place? You know what I mean? There's no shade. I'm just saying, what are we doing here, though? Ain't nobody got time for that. When you get people out there, there's some cunning, trifling people, and they're trying to use and get over on somebody, that don't come from God. So you know what kind of people you dealing with. See, that's what people don't understand, why it's better to separate off from stuff like that, because that's not a God person that's doing that type of stuff, even on YouTube or wherever. Anytime you got somebody's marching like that, they marching for the devil, because God don't tell you to go out here and use and abuse and manipulate people. So when you run across people like that on YT, that's flipping through like that and doing them kind of things and flashing by, they working for the devil, because if they were decent people, they wouldn't have it in their heart to do it. You get what I'm saying? They wouldn't have it in their heart to do it. Now, if they don't like your content, maybe they should have never been friends with you from the get-go. See, that's the thing that people ain't paying attention to. If they don't like your content, maybe they shouldn't even bother to be trying to hang with you then. That's a simple thing to answer and to deal with and to leave alone. Very simple and easy. Go and be in the lane that you want. You know what I'm saying? That's all. That is it. That's all. Ain't nothing else left to that. You don't have to do it. That's why I don't understand why people would do that, because I definitely don't go nowhere where I'm not wanted, but I do support a lot of people's content that's, I didn't even know nothing about, but because they really are my friends and I care about them, I support it. And some people are just here to run game and to use you and to get over. And it ain't necessary, because you're going to find the right people if you're looking for them. That's why I said, why do all of that and get a whole bunch of foolishness? And that ain't nothing but negativity coming from the devil. Who else? You think God is the author of that type of stuff like that? God ain't going to have you doing none of that. So who are you working for then? The Satan. That got to be Satan. Because there's no way that God would have a person doing that type of stuff, coming on, manipulating people and using you to try to build themselves up. That don't come from God. That's come from Satan type of stuff. doing evil and cruelty. Yep, and them personalities. Yes, definitely. That's why I said I don't want to. I don't want to be on here with people like that, because you got to be careful who you when you trying to get yourself right with God. You got to be careful who you keep company with. You know what I mean? And that ain't just in your personal life. You got to be careful with YT too. In any social medias, at work, who you're dealing with here, there, everywhere, because them folks will rub that mess off on you and bring that bad juju up in your life. You entertaining that foolishness. You know what I mean? And I got a lot of folks that that we have in common here, that I can see kind of riding a little shady and a little rickety, that I don't be fooling with too tough, because I ain't got time for it. You know what I mean? Come and pop up, be ready and quick with an excuse to run off. But if they come and pop up and they see 2 or 3 people that they know that have been in their life, then they'll stay for a minute. You know what I mean? But other than that, they ghost. And that's the same thing that keeps happening over and over again. You know what I mean? She says, I've started sitting in some lives for long periods of time. All types of personality. Yes, it is. And I'm going to tell you too, not to be rude or nothing, but I know there was this one live that I used to go to, and it's a nice, well, I still go sometimes, but there's a nice lady that's trying to do a little channel here, but she got somebody that tried to take over the live, just dropping their link through the whole live. And to me, that type of stuff like that, especially talking about God, you barely speak to people up in there, and I'm a pastor, and I'm a minister, and I'm a bishop, and a boo-bop, and all that. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to have to chill out from that. Because that person has got something going on there a little bit too much. And then you can tell when you're all talking about church stuff, they're the one that trying to over church people and over Christian people and over talk and run it in the ground, and can't nobody else get a word in edgewise. They're filling up the whole chat with their ministry and their name and their this and their that. And I'm like, you gotta let that go. Because that ain't even you trying to do that. Where's your channel at? Go ahead over there with that. That's ridiculous to come in somebody's live like that and control somebody's live and drop the links and stuff like that. Just like I had the discussion here earlier that I was talking to several people about this wrench stuff, and I just got people kept saying that yeah, I know what you mean. I don't care about no wrench either, but you could give me mine back. I would appreciate that. That didn't even make sense. That was a double-handed situation. I don't understand what that's supposed to mean. Why do you want one so bad if you see that I removed them and it's done? And I told you whenever I come to your channel, you can take mine. I don't care. And I'm not saying it in a harsh kind of way. But why would you still, after you say all that 3 or 4 times in the live, why would you turn and say, but I would like it back though? Why though? I'm wondering though, what's that all about though? Because there's a few people around here that are placed in certain places and doing certain things. And I promise you, you got a lot of people that may be your friends and your homies, or somebody you could be riding with here 3 months, 6 months, a year, and come to find out they're starting to get mad because they feel that you're moving in a direction that they're not moving in, right? Or got the same numbers as you or the same amount of people, and then they start turning frenemy on you right quick. And that is for true. That is the truth. And then they be doing different things to undermine. And like I said before, that wrench is not just to help people, mod for them when you got trolls and stuff like that. People can do a whole lot more than that. And like I said before, one of the main reasons why I took the wrench is because I kept getting people that kept contacting me, and they kept saying, I'm blocked. I've been trying to get into your live and I'm blocked, and I tried it twice, but I didn't get in touch with you because I didn't have enough time to do that, and I just wanted to come into the live for a minute, and I was going to hit you up on the gram, but I couldn't, and they're telling me this, and I'm like, now you got to remember. She said the wrenches. No, it's ridiculous, and the thing is, the wrench is for more than what people I don't know if everybody fully understand what them wrenches is for, but them wrenches do a whole lot more than just help a person with different trolls. Them wrenches got power, because like I said, when I have friends and stuff that are hitting me up telling me that they are blocked out of my live, how can they be blocked out of the live if I didn't block them and they're my friends? Who else blocked them? Just think about that. Who else you think blocked them? See what I mean? That's why I said there'd be some folks that look like they're trying their best to try to, shut you down or trying to do something though, because it doesn't make sense. How can somebody tell you that they're being blocked? And I got a nice older lady. I think she's probably about 70 years old. She done told me several times that she tried to get in the live and she couldn't, and she realized that she was blocked. And I'm like, well, why, blocked? And she asked me, are you upset with me or anything? And I said, no, why? She said, well, why am I blocked? And I'm saying to her, you're not. I don't understand. So, I got somebody that's more savvy and understand that a little bit better than I, and we looked into it, and these folks is blocking people that I didn't tell them to do, shouldn't have done, and didn't let me know they did it. And why do you think people would do that? It's to sabotage you. Them the ones you think is cool though. You see, that's what all that foolishness comes from. And the thing is, to be honest with you, I don't know if I would get them back or not, but my Nightbot doesn't really help me out at all, because whatever it's saying, the only thing my Nightbot says is my Instagram thing. That's it. I could post that myself. I don't even need the Nightbot, to be honest with you. I'm not trying to bug out or nothing, you know what I mean? But I don't even need the Nightbot, because the Nightbot is not really doing nothing for me. The only thing you do, and it's doing the same thing that anybody can do when you first set up your live. You can indicate, people always got it down at the bottom somewhere or something. Please comment, share, like, subscribe. And then the Nightbot only shows my Instagram, but I can put that in my pinned comment every day and do the same thing the Nightbot doing. So I don't even need that, to be honest with you. I don't need that. I really don't need that at all, because it's not really doing too much for me at all. So if that faded off, I wouldn't even care about it. I'd let that go. But I know with these wrenches, everybody better watch their back, because there's a lot of messed up stuff happening, and a lot of folks don't seem to understand that you got to look at what power, because I didn't know what power these wrenches have until, like I said, I started getting people that kept telling me why did I block them, and I know I didn't. So I realized somebody doing something somewhere. You feel me? Somebody doing something somewhere. And this got to be sorted out, because it's stopping me from flowing with people that I need to ride with. That's my, good folks, especially if you done set up here thinking you're doing something, and you done blocked out somebody's family and don't even pay attention to who you're dealing with in their lives. You don't even know who you're dealing with. That's why I said it doesn't matter to have it, at all. It really doesn't, because that ain't nothing but a little extra something there that, somebody set up for me, because I didn't know nothing about that. You know what I mean? I just wanted to get on here and hang out and talk. And like I said before, I don't necessarily have to put no price on nothing. And if there's monetization, any of that, it can be what it's be. But I promise you, what we're doing here, I'm enjoying it so much that something like this money can't even buy. You know what I mean? Money can't even buy. We're riding into some areas that's absolutely amazing. And I'm enjoying it. To be able to be with folks, and for us to really hang out like this and share our lives and help support one another for who is trying to get monetized, helping friends and people we call family members get their watch hours in so they can build their channel and make some money. That's a beautiful thing that we can do here. But I just don't want to be doing anything with anybody shady and dirty and underhanded and backbiting. You know what I mean? That's just not it. And I noticed that I got, one person that shocked me that I didn't know they were like that. Every time they pop up in the live, they got a different story. Oh, I'm in a different this. Oh, I was getting ready to go to bed. Oh, I'm gonna let you run. I've been running these lives at different hours and different times. You could find the time that it'd be convenient for you to come, but you running game. And see, what I did was, I just no hard feelings. I just chilled out on them. And once I chilled out on them, now they're flying back over here. You know what I mean? And I remember one live that I was having, and two new people came in live, and they came separately though, different times. I don't think they knew each other. And she says, Yep, that's how you got to do it. And I'm gonna be honest, I take it to heart a little bit though. That's because I'm meeting people like you and several others that I know are real legit. And I care, but that other part, like you saying, I ain't taking it to heart either. Because see, it don't make no sense, honestly. Though we don't even know. Just say, what if I was really not who I say I am? You know what I mean? What if I'm a man? I sound like a woman. You get what I'm trying to tell you? So yeah, we can't let this take us, Patty. We got to do better than this. But I know that I honestly do take my time to try to fill out people that I really feel that's really with it. You know what I mean? And that ain't everybody. That ain't everybody. I even got some subscribers that that I know how to consider and look at them in totally different categories because they're different types of flow and their support for me is different than others. And the support is not just about watch hours though. That's what people got to get understood is that you want friendships. Aren't you having fun? Like you said, having fun on here. If money gonna come, it's gonna come, but I still want to enjoy the ride. That's why I want to be with people because I got certain people on here that I can tell that ain't really with me and just flying around. You know how that go. You know exactly how that go. She says, I don't care about people. Understand what I mean? Yeah, me too. I'm the same way. Just to have fun. And because you can't do this. You know what? That's what I was trying to figure out too. Because I promise you, and I'm not trying to disrespect nobody. I felt bad. But I got a YouTuber friend on here. And probably about maybe a month ago, she exploded. And what happened with her is she's running around here kissing up to the wrong people, helping them out, and they played her. And she finally got tired of it and blew the stack. But I could tell when I was seeing her in these lives, you kissing up to these people too much, and they don't respect you. You need to stop doing it. Stop doing it, because I could tell that they was taking her for granted. You know what I mean? And now she done flipped. Went off. Cussing, went off. Never seen that side of her before. Went all the way in. You know what I mean? And that's because of the fact that you have been running behind people. Because you notice that a lot of people get in these lives and around people and kiss up. You know what I mean? They kiss up to them. You know, everything, every little thing. Yeah, because you here and all that mess, man. Please, honey, listen. You ain't even doing that for yourself. So I know you ain't putting it down like that for me, and you don't even know me. Come on now. You know how you can tell somebody is going that overboard or they're trying to be the special one. You're trying to be the special one so that you can think that they got your back. And some people need to be needed, need to be wanted, need. You know what I'm saying? I had one here that was a little bit too much over the top and it started making me feel uncomfortable because they were going too far with what they should be. Tread lightly. Yes, ma'am. And that's the thing too. You know that we don't have to be on YouTube. And I know you know that you have a family, grandkids, all of that. Your life is full, especially with God. So why would you need to come on YouTube and get all caught up and bent out of shape and jacked around? You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. Because your whole life is full. You know what I mean? Yes, needy, bad. Bad. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna say this to you, and I'm gonna be honest. I have I think it was like 3 main females and 3 main guys that came here and ran amok, and it's my fault too because God had been telling me a long time ago to let them go and stop being bothered with them folks. That it was fake and stuff and not to be bothered, and I didn't stop. And my family look at the lives and be in it and everything too and told me to stop doing it, and I didn't stop. And then it got to be too late, and what I mean too late kind of was because they started subscribing to a lot of my friends. And now my friends that the good people are hanging out with them, and I just hope they don't do the same thing to them. Other than that, I'm good, and I got it all straightened out. You know what I mean? But I got friends and stuff, just like I got one friend here that popped up here the other day, and they don't come as much, but I see them over there with the drama folks constantly. So I just want to tell them nicely, you don't have to come over here no more. You pick where you want to be. You go ahead. I'm good because I'm not going to play the game because you see what's going on here. I'm not saying that you can't hang out with folks because I don't hang out with them, but you caught up in the web drama and you dropping off some of that negative juju over here. I'm not gonna do that. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? Because we can't do that. Hello, how you doing? Pre-retirement. Thank you so much for stopping in. Because I'm gonna tell you what's happening with these kind of folks here. If they come to one of my friends' live that they came and got off of me, and I'm in the live, they deliberately tried to make a comment right next to me, not nothing negative to me, but right next to me to try to be funny when they know that I don't fool with them and that they're hanging out with a friend of mine because they met them through me. You get what I'm trying to tell you? So I'm not with that silly stuff because see, they got the wrong one because see, I'll utilize YouTube to the fullest and shut that down if they really want me to use that long reach because I can do it. I know exactly who to get at that can help me do it. You get what I'm saying? In a positive, legal way. But that's what they've been doing because I've been seeing them at different YouTubers that they got from being around me. Because they over there saying, hi, Rruk sent me, or hi, I'm from Rruk's live, knowing that we ain't peace. You know what I mean? We ain't Gucci. We ain't nothing. It ain't nothing bad though. But that's done. You get what I mean? And they're going around, and I promise you, they got a good majority of my folks that they're hanging up under with shade and deception. You hear me? They're over there with shade and deception, and I can tell the way that they're over at my friends because they did the same thing of how I met them. And you got one of them that keep on bragging about they're so, into God and Jesus and pray over your life and bless your food and I need some of that. And, as a matter of fact, two of them do that, but one of them do it even more. They'll come to your live and praise the Lord, this is Jesus, pray over this live, pray over sister's live, pray over Megan live, the same routine all over the place with the same thing and knowing that they ain't even serving like that themselves. And I said, wow, I feel bad because they're over there. And I don't want to tell the friends because I don't want my friends to think that I'm silly like that, where if you're friends with them, you can't be friends with me. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm done with them. You can hang with them all you want. Just be careful. Do what you do. Do what you do. That's it. Because, see, I've always been the type of person that I know how to be friends with people that, I know how to be friends with people that don't get along with each other. I know how to have separate friendships without being the one in the middle of no bull crap because it's separate. So I know how to do that, and I don't expect people not to be involved with somebody because I'm not involved, but you didn't know them until you came to this live, though. You see what I'm trying to say? So if they met you through me and they're causing some problems, then you would want to come cuss me out though. But when I'm trying to tell you to watch your back, you want to get mad because you're desperate because these people are ones that keeps coming to your live, building up your watch hours, but you don't understand. Build your house on sand and it won't stand. I got one of my friends that popped in here last night. I don't know whose time zone, but it was for them. But they popped in the live, and I've been seeing them over at the two different folks that I don't deal with, and they're with them deeply. And I just hope that they don't get played, but they don't have to come over here no more because you didn't know them until you met them through me. And you're over there and they got a whole bunch of foolishness going on. And if that's really what you like to be a clown at the circus, then you should have never came over here. Because I do some laughs and stuff, but I'm not about no foolishness. You know what I mean? And I know that people that's been coming to my lives a lot and know me pretty good, and I work with them, I know they know who I'm talking about, and I know they know who they don't see anymore. You know what I mean? And I got another one that, they're trying to run around like the whole world was against them, and come to find out they're running around burning bridges everywhere they go. They're the common denominator, and that's why the stuff that's been happening to them happened. They get you thinking, oh yeah, people did this, me, they did that, and come to find out it wasn't even the people, it's you. It's you. And they done left off with 5 and 6 people too. You know what I mean? And it's a shame too that people are coming on here doing that silly foolishness when you can go on and get your own stuff. And I got a lot of people, I need a wrench because I need to network. Network for what? Network for what? I don't care about no networking. Network for what? You know what I'm talking about, right? I don't care about none of that. And I'm not saying, see, when I talk like this, people don't understand that I am not saying not to get monetized, not to work on your watch hours, not to make friends with anybody that you meet over here at the Rruk. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is that, please, if you do get with somebody that you've seen over here and y'all don't hit it off right, don't go off on me because of it. That's all I'm saying, because I've had my titles, connect to connect. People make friends, talk amongst each other. I've been doing this for a while in the lives. I post that, pin that comment. You guys laugh and talk with each other. I'll be in and out, or I'll be around. I've been saying that for a while. But what I'm saying is there's a difference between people getting together and it don't work out, then they want to blame you. And then there's a difference of people trying to pretend to be your friends when they just coming over to try to take you down secretly, but they think you don't see what they're doing. Because I promise you, even one of the YouTubers that I had in here earlier, one of the people is coming to their lives way more than they ever have. Even if they knew them before they met me, they never been around them as much as they have coming over here. And now that person is coming to you constantly. You got to look at something fishy. You got to say something's fishy about this, because that's the same thing that started opening my eyes up to stuff when I've had people that I've seen in somebody else's life, and I know that they're not, something happened over there, and now they're over with me constantly. I figured out something was wrong there, so I don't want the poison over here. You know what I mean? You can go head on with that, babe. You can go head on with that. You ain't got to bring that over here. I'm not interested. Wherever you was at and whatever you was doing, stay over there with it. Because if they done did that to them, they can do it to you. You know what I mean? And a lot of people, well, they can't do nothing. I don't care, because as long as I get the watch hours and the subscribers, they can't do nothing. Yeah, but they got a wrench. Do anybody know what the wrench is all about? That's why I removed them, y'all. And I may put them back, but I really don't even care about that like that. But I'm just saying, people don't realize the power of the wrench. And I keep telling several people repeatedly, there has been some things that's been happening. Do the research on the wrench. Don't just look at, well, I got a wrench so my moms can help me out, so that if somebody's trolling me, they can catch it and handle it for me. They can do way more than that. That wrench do way more than that, y'all. They may be catching and handling somebody that you don't want them to catch and handle, because they pretend to be your friends, but they don't want to see you win. That's what you better be looking at, because that's how that thing go. I'm trying to tell you, that's how that thing go. That ain't what that is. I don't want, and see, that's another thing too. I don't want to make people feel like I'm using them, you know what I mean, or to worship me and all that. I can't stand it. I've been to so many lives where, like, I'll give you an example. I went to this new girl that had just, I was in somebody else's live, and she immediately, I connect to you, that type of stuff. I can't stand that. Anyway, she said that, kept coming, making comments, coming to the lives and stuff like that. So I decided to go over there and check her out. So she had a live going, and she had these mods that were snatching up crumbs. Anything that you say, they got to run through it. Oh yeah, you got Rruk on here. Yeah, Rruk is saying that she liked your dress, because if she would have said something negative, we would have removed her. And I said, to remove who? Who the hell are you talking to? Remove who? I mean, I typed it. You know what I'm saying? What are you talking about? You would have removed. I'm saying what I want to say. Ain't nobody coming over here negative. Y'all like werewolves out here for this woman. And then they come to find out the mod and the host only known each other a month, and you going in like that. Yeah, somebody, Rruk is here. I never seen them before. Are they all right to be here? Are they all right? What are you doing? Police officer? What are you doing? I know you ain't talking about me. Oh yeah, she said she liked your dress, but if she would have said something, said something, what? And what you gonna do? What are you gonna do though? Show me what you gonna do. Yeah, I said her hair was ugly. Now tell me what you gonna do. What, block, delete? Are you gonna take a flight where I'm at? Do you know where I'm at? What are you talking about? You going crazy for this girl, and you ain't even known her no more than a month, and you ain't even getting it right. You ain't getting it, and you're filling up the whole chat. Anytime you, like, if I say something and me and the host was having a conversation, she got to cut in the conversation and derail it and change it to what she wanted to be. And I said, wow, this is, I don't want no mods like that all over me. That's stuff that you may have to help you out if somebody come in there cursing or threatening you or somebody else. But to have somebody modding for you, that everything somebody say, that they got to be all in the comment section, and they want to make sure that the host is talking to them mostly only out of all the people they got in their live, all that stuff is ridiculous, man. Better go somewhere and get married. I mean, come on. I looked at that and I said, you know what? I won't be going to her lives too much, because I don't like the way her mods and stuff behave with all that foolishness. Y'all be bugging out. All of the stuff that y'all doing is way over the top more than it should be. You know? This is the whole thing that I kept saying. You can't say one word, because she won't stop. I don't even know if it's a man or a woman. I think it's a female. You can't say one word because they keep on popping up everywhere where you can't even talk to her. Because if you said something to the like if you say something to the host like, yeah, I like that short that you just did. That ring you had on was cute. They jumping in. Yeah, that ring was cute, but I told you the other one was better. My opinion matters more than anybody. Like their ma just in there saying all that, carrying on. I'm like, oh heck nah. Oh man, are you kidding me? Boy, what are you in love with the damn host? Or what's your story over here? Let me peep you and see what you got going on, because this is foolishness, It's absolutely crazy. But that's how some people get that they feel like they are running the show, that they are Charles in charge, and that they are mama to the mod, or brother or homie, and they're not even giving the mod a chance to even respect and talk with the people. Yes, yes, and more yes, guys. We gotta make this fun again. So you know what I thought that would work out pretty good, and I've been doing this for quite a while now. I sat back and I cleaned out my subscription, and I got rid of, probably, no disrespect, I don't mean to say it in a negative way, but I got detached from like 200 people already, and I realized that what I can do, excuse me, is stick with the ones that I know that we got something going good. Yep, that's how they do. They want to come in and they take over, and it seemed like a lot of the hosts will allow them to do all of that kind of stuff, and then nobody else can get a word in edgewise though when that happens. You know what I mean? I know exactly what you mean, Patty, because you can't even get a word in edgewise if the mod is running the whole show, basically. And that's what the girl said too that I just met. She said that she had to take back wrenches because people was misusing the wrenches and taking over her live. And she said she had to stop doing it, and I see why. Because they will take over, but like in some cases, it seemed like the hosts let them do it. And it ain't fun to be in a live when you got certain people that's taking over the whole thing where you can't even get a word in edgewise to socialize with them or with the host or anybody else because they got these mods that's going crazy up in the live. This done took over. Hey sis, thank you so much for coming. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. I just popped back over here. How's it going, sis? Hey sugar. Hey sugar, how you doing? I hope you are doing well. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you. Just chilling back. You seen Coke? You seen Cokey today? I hope all is good with you, sis. Thank you so much for stopping in, my dear sugar. It's nice to see you, hon. We're just sitting over here chilling and talking about all kinds of different things that's going on with everybody in life and hoping folks get to where they need to be and try to make sure we keep some peace out here on these YouTube streets. You know what I mean? And trying to stay around the people that you know that are positive and that you guys can grow together and have good friendships. Because that's very important on YT, is to be surrounded by people that really care for you and that's down with you. Because if you get some people that's not really there for you, it's a waste of time. Because after a while, they're not going to support you. You know, everybody will subscribe to each other, but if they're not your true friends, they're going to stop. And then you have no support. You know what I mean? So we're just talking about trying to stay positive. And what I've been doing too is I've been trying my best to stay with the people that I know. So if you see me coming to your channel a lot, that's because I appreciate you and I just want you to know that. You know what I mean? And I decided that I'm going to stick by the people that I know that's really with me so that we can grow together and make sure that, we stay connected with each other so that we all can have a good time and enjoy this thing called YouTube. Because if we don't do it right, it's a loss for everybody. You know what I mean? It's a loss and it's a waste of time, So if we stay and be with the right people, you have fun and you grow, and whoever wants to get monetized and make money and be happy can have all of that as long as you stay with the right people. Because it's hard on here when you start YouTube. It's hard to figure out, where you belong at and who you should hang out with because you don't know. A lot of this stuff is new and you want good friendships. You know what I mean? We need good friendships because without that, we can't grow or stay positive, So if we all stick by and love on one another, we can do this. We can do all things through Christ, who is our strength. And I mean that. All things. Because I know with me in my life, if I didn't have God in my life, I don't even know how I even get through because I have to call him all day long, night, get up. That's right. I got a family member that's younger, got involved with God, and it's been absolutely amazing. They praising him, they serving him, they've been blessed. They're starting off, they're staying pure in their life. They're not out here around. They're staying, as a matter of fact, I got two of them that are pure. They're just staying where they need to be and doing what they need to do in life and putting God first place and him only. You know what I mean? And it's been absolutely amazing to see their growth, to be young folks in their 20s that's dedicated to God. You know what I mean? Really surrendering their all and putting him first before anything else in their life. Not out here dating and laying up and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with any of that, but they're not doing any of that. Pure, never kissed, nothing. Dedicated to God and been doing very well with it. And I wish that I would have started off my life like that when I first started. You know what I mean? If I knew God a lot better, I think a lot of choices I made, I wouldn't have made if I was following him and knew him like I know him now. We have to call on him always. I promise you. And I'm glad that I can. You know what I mean, Patty? I'm glad that I can because of the fact that there's nothing better. No one better. No one better. No one better to call on because he's going to always be the one to be the way maker and to make sure that we all have everything we need and deserve. And I promise you, through the good and the bad, because see, that's one thing people don't understand about having a relationship with God. It doesn't mean that you get everything you want. It doesn't mean that you're not born to die. It doesn't mean that you're not going to get sick. You got to understand the word to know the meaning in it. You know what I mean? And when we run around here and don't, meditate in the word properly, we get confused because soon as something go wrong, you're like, oh, I believed in God and why did this happen? That's not how it works. This is what's meant to happen in this life. And if you don't understand that, you can't have a relationship with God because you're not allowing him to tap into your spiritual side. You're only allowing him to deal with the flesh and to give you material things, but you're not letting him tap into your spirit. That's what we need. We need the spirit touch. And when we don't do that, we always misunderstand the whole flow of everything. And like I said before, I didn't know him, and there's a lot of things that wouldn't have happened and I wouldn't have done if I knew him. You know what I mean? Sooner. And it's never too late, but I'm just saying there's a lot of stuff that sorry about that. There's somebody's that I'm supporting doing the hair video. But yeah, I would never have been in a lot of places and a lot of predicaments that I got myself in. But at the same time, I think that a lot of those things are my cross to bear too. But I just feel too, just like me and Miss 50 was talking, and she was in the live here, and we both were saying that we did a lot of things and we, messed up a lot of our years. It's not your spouse. Yes, that's what you know what? And that's what I say, Patty, but folks get so bent out of shape that you can't talk to people no more. But it is. Once you lay down in sin, you let the devil come on in. You know what I mean? And that's exactly what's happening with a lot of people. They are out here and they laid up. Just like this one girl here, she's talking about she want her daughter to get, and I'm not trying to be rude, but she said she wants her daughter to get married at 17 because when she was 17, she had already had 2 kids, not married. Messed up. Amen. That's what I say, Patty. The same thing, you know. And like I said, with this woman here, she trying to get her family member married off at 17 because she said when I was 17, I had already had 2 kids and I wasn't married. But the thing is, you still allowing that family member, you saying that she's going to marry the guy, but they're already sleeping together. So you're still caught up. You know what I mean? That's not the right way to do it either. Even if they plan on getting married, you're supposed to do that first before you do anything. You know what I mean? And that's not happening. They're already, she's letting them lay up in her house and all of that kind of way there too. Hey, what's up? How you doing? I am doing well. Thank you so much for stopping by. It's been a long time. I hope everything is good in your neck of the woods. How's everything going over there with you and your channel? You good? Thank you so much for coming in, Pong. Nice to see you. Just hanging out and talking about all kinds of different stuff that wish we would have done at a younger age and serving God. He said everything is good. Oh, all right. Oh, okay. Congratulations, bro. Wow, I am glad for you. All right now. I hope I was a part of helping you get there. Oh, I'm so happy. That's good. Oh yeah, I know how that is. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You give. One hand washes the other. One hand washes the other, and I am so glad. And that's how I feel. You work together. And I got one YouTuber that always says that we grow stronger together. You know what I mean? And that's the truth. Everybody backs each other up, and everybody rides together, give each other the right support, and then everybody get to be where they need to be. I am so glad for you because I know you was doing your lives and I was getting it in with you and trying to help you get to where you need to be, and we all do it for each other. because when you come on this YouTube thing, nobody can do it without the other. You know what I mean? We all have to be down to help each other out so that we can grow together. Even with our famous people, none of them can be who they are if it wasn't for us supporting and buying their albums or CDs and music over the years throughout life. Hello, Diamond Fox. How you doing? Thank you so much for coming. Are you new here? Diamond Fox? I appreciate you stopping by, but I don't think we met yet. But thank you for coming. Blessings to you. I am doing good. How you doing today? I notice everyone. Notice every time you stop by, I know we all get too busy. Yeah, you know how it is. Life is lifing out here, Pong. Definitely. Life is life, and man, listen, people don't even know how you keep it together when folks are parents. You got jobs, you got life, other family members. You got to keep the house clean, cook, and then also try to manage a YouTube channel is a lot of work. You know what I mean? So folks get caught up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, really caught up. Because I know some people that can only come on and they can only dedicate a couple of hours to YT and then they got to go, because their life is so busy that they can't get it up. Diamond Fox, how you doing? I don't know where I met you from. Where did we meet, Diamond Fox? I appreciate you coming. Do you have a channel? Do you need support? Because I don't know where we met. Let me see Diamond Fox. But yeah, that's how it's Pong. You see how it is though out here on YT, how everybody is doing some of everything and folks is hanging and people are getting around to wherever they can go, try to support each other. You don't know what's going on in people's personal lives. That's why I respect people, and I don't expect them to be at every video or every live that I do. But we all want to be known enough to where we supporting each other, at least, if that makes sense. And that's all we can do is be there for each other so that everybody can grow the way they need to grow. Oh, Diamond Fox. Thanks for coming to my live, Diamond Fox. I appreciate it. But yeah, Pong, this is life. And it's, we've got a lot of stuff going on too with all of this weather too. It's all unpredictable. And time is flying by so quick that you don't know what's going on from one day to the next. You know what I mean? It's like life is just boom. And I keep trying to say, wait a minute, because a lot of times when I be watching other people's YouTube videos, a lot of them say, what day is it? You know what I mean? Like they'll say, hi, today is is it Tuesday? That kind of way. And then they, because they don't remember, because time is flying by so quick. Yes. Thanks, Diamond Fox. Hey, what's up, Sports Cards? How you doing, brother? How you doing? Thank you so much for coming in. I'm still waiting for that food. I'm still waiting for that next food video. What is happening, brother? How are you? Thank you so much for coming. We're just sitting here, and I was talking to a few folks here and talking about how life is lifing, and also we're talking about a lot of things that we try to encourage people that are younger than you to do if you can help them along the way to be a little bit better off than what we were, even though everybody got to fall on their own sword. But at the same time, you want to try to, change some things if possible to help them along a little bit, the younger folks. It's just... Yep, it is something to be proud of. Oh, yes, absolutely. Some Japanese curry tonight. Oh, I would love to see that. So I can salivate over looking at it on YouTube. Oh, that sounds so good. Oh, Ooh, and I love anything with curry. Woo, ooh, don't start that. Don't start that. Because I curry up more than just chicken. Some people only do chicken, but I curry up quite a few different types of meats too. He says, yep, baby. Trying to fix things around the house. House was built in the 40s. Yeah, and I know what you mean, Pong. I'm telling you, this is crazy out here. You be trying your best to do what you got to do here and make it all work out, but it gets to be hard because you're split in so many different directions. You know what I mean? And I know, and I keep saying to myself that you have to try to get the YouTube popping if you want it to pop, but at the same time, some things take priority over other things. You know what I mean? And if you can't find an even balance, this YouTube will suck you up. You know what I mean? Because it is. That's why a lot of people want to get monetized because it's a full-time job. You know what I mean? But you got to make it. You got to straighten it out and organize it. If not, it'll take over your life because it's work. And yes, Patty, that is so good that you have a family member that dedicated themselves like that. There's nothing better. And I keep trying to tell folks, I'm not saying that other people can't do what they want to do. And just because I've made mistakes that people can't fall on their own sword and make their own mistake. But you always teach younger people, whether you're an aunt, uncle, cousin, godparent, parent, you always try to teach them to do something good and even better than what you've done. That's beautiful. 'Cause I got me a real serious family member here that's like a real get down on it prayer warrior, just really strong into it and understands it. Since I caught up with editing, so I'll be around more, mostly watching and running. Yep, that's how you got to do it. See, that helps you out a lot too. See, that's the thing too, Pong, what you're saying, that's exactly how I do. A lot of times, if you don't have the time to really sit down all the time and watch somebody's video, you can support people by running their playlist because that helps them get watch hours or they get support from you. So that's why it's good for people, to support in whatever way works for you because people can't tell you what you're available to do or not. She said, the man did Oh, wow. Really? So they both saved and got married. That's nice, Patty. We don't see a lot of that anymore. We don't see a lot of that anymore. That is absolutely amazing to see people, do it the old-fashioned way. You know what I mean? Because everything is going so fast and so different, that to see that type of stuff happening now is almost unseen in a lot of cases. I'm not saying I know everybody, and I'm not saying everybody have to do it that way, but I think you're a lot better for it when you're able to, if you are a religious person, to put God first place and find yourself the right person to marry and commit yourself. And I mean, a lot of people may not want to get married, you know what I mean? People do what they do, but I'm just saying, when you look at it for what it's worth, it's awesome. It really is. That is absolutely amazing to see folks do that, especially to a nice young couple like that, and they both are coming from the same place. And that's what the girl was saying, though. But see, the thing with her, he said, we're not sleeping together before. See, and that's the thing. That's what I was saying about with the girl, the lady here. She's trying to relive her life through her daughter. But the thing is, because she said, when she was her daughter's age, she already had, a child or kids, and she wants her daughter to do it differently and get married. But the thing is, what part are you cutting out? Because the girl is with the boyfriend, and they're planning on getting. Well, they just got engaged, but they're involved. You know what I mean in the sack. You get what I'm saying? And you're letting it happen right up in your house. So they are cutting out certain parts, and I guess they feel it's okay because they're getting married, but they could have waited. You know what I mean? They could have waited for all of that. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody keeps saying when it comes to stuff like that, well, don't you try a car out before you drive it? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So I just try not to, how folks gonna be, how they are with that type of stuff like that, So I just, stay in my own lane and mind my business. But I know that if you can sustain yourself from that type of stuff and make sure you get to know somebody a lot better and have a better plan for what y'all want to do in the future, I think it's better off that way. You know what I mean? And then a lot of times people, basically are doing what they want to do. But I think if you can get some of that good old school stuff, that's awesome to be able to have. Yeah, both coming from religious background. If that's what y'all want to do, y'all want to believe in God, and y'all both deciding that y'all saving yourselves for each other, and y'all want to be married before you do it. I don't think there's wrong with it. You know what I mean? It's so different now that a lot of that stuff you don't hear about it too much, but I know there is a lot of good people that are doing that. And then I know some people decide they're not going to get married at all and dedicate themselves to God, period. And that's a different type of commitment, you know what I mean? So I just, I always try to encourage anybody that I know younger, not tell them what to do, but just encourage them, especially because what we do know in life is that a lot of people have to make their own mistakes. A lot of people have to fall on their own sword. We're not taking that from them. But when you are, when you're raising kids or you're around, grown folks, and folks see what you do and you've done something wrong and you don't want to see that happen to them. You know what I mean? And not to be disrespectful to anybody, but I know this girl here. What's the father's name? I forgot. Was it Russell? I have to say allegedly, but Russell Simmons' daughter right now, I think she's 21, and she's dating a man that's 65 years old. Now, obviously, everybody say 60. She's grown, but that any of us, and no disrespect, and we got a few men here. You don't want to see your 21-year-old daughter, and then again, maybe some, I don't know, but I don't think most men would want to see their 21-year-old daughter with no 65-year-old man that's the same age as them, you know what I mean, and behaving in a sexual way all out in public, and there are famous people and they're all over the place. It doesn't, I'm gonna tell you, I wouldn't want to see that. I would not want to see that, and I wouldn't want to see my son, if I had a son, over with no daggone 65-year-old woman either. That's I don't care. No judgment, but I'm just saying, no. Yep, exactly. Patty, I promise you, me and 50 was just talking about that. We have, made a lot of mistakes and turns and stuff, and wasted a lot of years of our lives. Because see, first of all, with me, I didn't know God. You know what I mean? I didn't know my self-worth and a lot of things like that down, coming through. So I got caught out there. You know what I mean? And now I'm going back to my younger me, trying to, make myself feel better for those things, Yeah, yes. That girl, and I know Russell Simmons, Patty. One of his daughters she's 21, and the man she's with is 65. Jeez. Oh my goodness! Listen. You know better than that. Exactly. Yeah, and why? You don't even. Yeah, you don't even need the necessary a man at all right now. You need to be securing your future a little bit better and getting your mind right and stuff. You don't even have to date. A lot of this stuff we can bypass for better. You know what I mean? And no disrespect to anybody. Yes, you know who I'm talking about, Miss Patty. Yes, she's 21 and he's 65. There's something wrong, and y'all know better than that. Any man that age, and she should know better that. And I'm not saying that you can call him a pedophile, because look, I have to say allegedly about all this because she's an adult, but she's not an adult enough to me to be with a man that age. I feel sorry for her. I couldn't even imagine somebody like that touching on my any of my family members or even me. Yes, 40 years. Yes, ma'am. That's terrible. Too young, and the thing is, the mother started off like that when she got with Russell. She wasn't that young as her, I don't think, but she was pretty young when she got with him, and he was a full-grown man too. So the same thing he did is happening with his daughter. You see how life does you? It can be like a boomerang. It just may come back in a different form, but to me it doesn't make any sense. And that anybody trying to even at least talk to her, even if her mother would say, I was young and I shouldn't have got with your dad, as young as I was, and then for him to say I had no business dating your mother, so we want to change the cycle. Ain't nobody doing nothing. That's what I'm saying. Ain't nobody doing nothing. And then her, you can tell she's out of her mind. She's out of her mind because she's struggling with daddy issues because he has been, they've been, and I have to say allegedly, but they've been battling and arguing backwards and forth. And then he cut them off financially. And Kimura, the mother, look allegedly been raising them by herself. And he walked out of their lives. And it's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. And I don't care what nobody say. I don't care. This is not uh. He's so old. She will be running out on him. You know she's gonna run out on him. He's probably keeping a case of Viagra. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. That's gonna mess with his heart after a while too when you use that stuff too much. Because there's no way, and I'm not saying every man that age is impotent, but it's settling down when you start getting older. 7. Well, I tell you what, man. I honestly know that there is a lot of families that believe in that, and that's okay with it. I'm gonna be honest, and there's a lot of fathers that's okay if that's their daughters, and vice versa. But I really, really would like to see them with somebody a little bit younger than that, because she's, I think, as a matter of fact, her father, Russell Simmons, look allegedly, he is, I think he's 66. But when he met with her mother, the same exact thing happened. And I hear what you're saying, sports card. That's how it is. He said a little bit of boy talking. I hear you. He said, but the rule was half your age plus 7. I hear you, Mr. Man. I know that. I hear what you're saying. But I know one thing with this situation, we already know. That relationship is not going to last, because you got to look at it for, what it is, though. And then they're famous people, and she models, and he's rich. It's not going to last. It's it's going to be an intimate situation. It's going to go out with the bump. You know what I mean? That's not going to last. That's going to be laid up. As long as they can lay up, and then you can already tell that they're not even getting along, because I don't know if they're on some bus or in a limousine riding, and she talking to him like he's a teenage boy, telling him to be quiet and shut up and all that. And it's a different age group than her to even bother to even be talking to a grown man like that. But see, the thing is, he's with a child, because she ain't grown just because she got that number 21. 21 is not grown. Your frontal lobe don't even develop. No, it don't. No, it don't. Yep, mindset. And I can tell that ain't gonna be lasting. Y'all just watch how quick this is gonna fizz out. That situation, they're gonna lay up a few times, and if with her, she probably gonna eventually want to get with somebody younger, and when she goes, he gonna replace her with another child. That's all that's gonna happen. This is gonna be, laid up, a booty call, and that's all that's gonna be, laid up. Get it popping, and then it's gonna die down, and then he gonna get another one, and then she may start taking some interest in some boys or whoever her age, but you've already been ran through by some older man, and that's what it's gonna be. That's exactly what it's gonna be. That's why you got to be careful when you make these choices out here like that, especially based on hormones and sexual urges, and not using the brain or nothing. You know what I mean? Because that situation right there is like that sugar daddy type of stuff, even if she's wealthy or not. She says he's right. Yep, she's right. Yep. She said he's probably going back to a childlike stage. Yeah, Patty, that was perfectly used. Because when you start getting older, a lot of us revert back. A lot of people revert back to that young mindset. You know what I mean? So he's thinking he's young again, and probably got a case of Viagra to make him feel like he's a stud. He can keep up with her, and he feeling like, the Energizer Bunny. You know what I'm talking about? He done went back. Yes, ma'am. He done went back to childhood again. That's exactly what that is. He went all the way back, and like I said before, they ain't gonna last. She's talking about my boyfriend. Yeah, sports card. You know what we're talking about here. You know what I'm talking about, and that's how it be. And I guarantee you, it ain't gonna last long. Too close to home. That's my father now. Oh shoot, is it really? Please don't tell me that. Are you serious, sports card? Your biological father's doing that? Are you serious, bro? Oh shoot, y'all. We done turned it up tonight. We done turned it up tonight. Today, tomorrow, this afternoon. Whatever time zone, whatever time zone we is in, y'all. We is doing it. Come on now. Come on now. He says, similar but different. Are you gonna follow in them footsteps? Man. Do you hear that, Miss Patty? Whoop. Uh-oh, he said Pops is getting down like that too. So that's the rule, he said. You feel that you're gonna follow in them footsteps, sports guy? I'm just thinking, man. Oh man. He said, hell no. He said, hell no, never gonna be me. And you know the thing is too, I don't find that attractive. I've been seeing a lot of young guys out here that I thought was some handsome young men, and they were just that, kids. I look at them as kids. I never had any kind of attraction. I don't understand what gets you going. You know what I mean? Other than, like she said, reverting back to being a kid again. You know what I mean? You know. But so Pop's getting it in, though, huh? Pop's getting it in. Oh my gosh. Man, he's saying it. You putting it down, sports dude. Oh man, Pops ain't playing with it, huh? He said, hell no. Uh-oh. You know what it is? I'm trying to tell you, I'm gonna be honest. I don't, and no disrespect, other than that young mind thinking, or just, a little perversion. Some of them, that's what it is. But, ooh, man, oh, I couldn't do it. I don't, and I promise you, I done had a few, younger guys trying to, holler and say some things to me, and I'm like, honey, listen, let's get ready to dance to this drummer's beat right quick. He said midlife crisis or whatever they call it. Yes, sir, and that's the hormone surge. That's the hormone surge with the crisis. Because it's going down, man. When you get like that, man, you ain't got no restrictions, no nothing. Like you said, midlife crisis. But I want to ask you, and no disrespect, I hope I'm not getting too nosy. But like what you said with the father, in your case, if you got a sister or you had a sister, would your father care if she did the same thing that he's doing? That's some serious business right there, ain't it? I don't see the attraction, but I mean, we're not them, you know what I mean? And that's how people doing it, and where they're getting with people that's grown enough, I guess they can do whatever they want, and it's really nobody's business, but damn, no, 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 oh my goodness, no. I couldn't be a part of it. I couldn't be a part of it. I can't. Was in the store. I met this guy one day in the store, and we started talking. He was telling me that his wife, mother, maybe he says, yeah, I know what you mean. That's it, and that is it. That is nothing wrong with people doing what they want. That's their business. But brother, let me tell you something. I don't understand the attraction other than midlife crisis, bugging out, lust, wanting what they want, you know what I mean? And that type of thing there, but I'm, hollering out and being a little silly, trying to make a little humor, but And I'm not going to participate in people with that, doing that, even though, you can have some grown kids or family members and stuff that's making those choices. But honey, I don't want to have Thanksgiving with you. I'm not. I don't give a damn if you got married. I don't. There's gonna be a lot of problems there. And like you said, people are grown to do what they want, but I can't work with it. I can't work with it. I can't walk with it. I can't stand with it. There's no that right there. It doesn't even make any sense because this person is winding down in life, and that child want to probably have kids and go on and do things and stuff like that, and it's not gonna. No, no, no. This guy that I met one day, I don't know what we started talking about. I think I was looking for something. And he worked in the store. He says, "Gonna need a lot more attention, honey. Honey, you're gonna need a whole lot more attention, honey. You let them get them hot flashes and carry. Never miss the water till the well runs dry. Just like that, yeah, honey. Listen, hey, listen here. That's why it shouldn't be. That's why it shouldn't be because if the older woman got a man that's the same age as her, he gonna already know what to do. So all that wouldn't even be necessary needing to know. Because they would know what attention to give because they right there with them. But when you get with the wrong age group and trying to lay up and drop down, there's going to be a problem. That definitely is it. He said the older lady was going to need a whole lot more attention. Man, you got that absolutely right. I'm telling you. And then and that's why we got all this stuff going. The woman with the pool boy. And sugar baby, sugar mama, sugar daddy. They done turned this thing into some kind of damn Twilight Zone here that you don't even know what label to use because everything is already used up. And every time you turn around, somebody keeps creating something new and different that you don't even know the rules out here of dating and how to live and how to act and what to say no more because it's spread it wide and low. You don't know how to, you don't even know what to do anymore because folks are doing so much stuff. And we all know that it is people's personal business, but we all are going to look at that and have some opinions, even though our opinions may not matter. How do you feel about that, Johnny? 21 years old woman, 21-year-old girl dating a 65-year-old man. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'll tell you one thing. I know that she's not enjoying it as much as him, and I think maybe she love his money. Cause honey, that ain't happening, y'all. That ain't. Ooh. Share thanks. That's. I don't know how to do it, but I know that they're on two different wavelengths, and I don't know how that thing gonna pop. I don't really know how that can go down without there being some kind of problems eventually because it's totally different times of their lives, you know what I mean? And people are doing different things, you know what I mean? Because a lot of stuff that that she wants to do, he ain't gonna be up for that all the time. Then again, if he's on that Viagra and, getting a little smoke on and drinking and chilling, he may hold up for a little while. Or he might be one of them ones, like we said, as Patty was saying, like a kid at heart that's reverting back into being a young guy again on midlife crisis. He probably, he'll keep up with it for a while, but, it just seems like that stuff won't equal out after a while. It's mostly, sexual attraction. She said he probably done went back to a child stage anyway. Dear Patty, I couldn't have said it no better than I couldn't have said it no better myself. And then you said a midlife crisis and them women sports. He said them women you're gonna need. Listen, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I ain't there yet, but I tell you what, women do require a lot of more attention because I done took care of a lot of folks. I done did it professionally and in the family, and the women gonna require a lot more attention. You know what I mean? The pool boy ain't gonna be able to clean the pool and she be happy. That ain't gonna be enough for her. She gonna be needing a whole lot more than that. You know what I mean? Especially you get that menopause flipping and flocking. She gonna turn that thing all the way up. You ain't gonna be able to contain that. But I know for a fact though, and I'm not judging nobody and I don't wish nobody no harm, but I can guarantee you that this relationship that these people we talking about barking on, this is a sexual thing. And it's not gonna last long, and when they do, it's gonna be under contingents of him, even though she is wealthy too. It's still going to be on the contingents of a financial for her, and that's one of the reasons why she's with him. And then it's also going to be some jealousy issues going on, and it's going to be a sexual interest on his part, and that's it. I don't see any love coming into play. He probably can still produce, because men can produce babies a lot longer than women. So maybe she can get a child out of them and call it love, or their love child. But for the most part, I really it kind of disgusts me. You know what I mean, Patty? Because that's all it's going to be, is the booty call. Because obviously, what is the attraction though? What is the attraction for? And you know what? For most people that meet, people are attracted to what you look like at first, even though a lot of folks got sense enough, to get to know you or whatever. I'm just saying though, when you first see somebody, what do you see? You can't see their heart or their personality or how they talk, because you just looked at them. But why you liking what you see makes you intrigued enough to go to the next level of getting to know that person. So with her being the age she is, and for him being that age, it has to be a sexual attraction for him. She may be seeing dollar signs and also trying to do something to get some payback towards her dad, because a lot of times that's how some people do when they say they have daddy issues and stuff like that. They do stuff like that, crying out or trying to show you out and stuff, even though they end up dog walking themselves. You get what I'm saying? But a lot of times that's what that's all about. It's all about trying to get somebody back, or either some of these girls is out here, basically, no disrespect, I have to say it, prostituting themselves for some money that they can make on their own, and they ain't even got to do all of that. And then sometimes these girls are attracted to these older men like this is just puppy love, and they kind of loving them like a dad in a way, you know what I mean? And these men, they just, some of these men, they laid up. You know what they want. They're getting their fantasy. They ain't got to worry about getting with no older woman, even though they may be looking kind of old, gray, and a little wrinkled. They don't want no woman like that. They want some new somebody to fondle and purr on. You know what I mean? And it never really equates to love. There may be some odd cases that some people have said that they really was in love, that's done stuff like that. But for the most part, these are zeros. This is not winning. This is not winning at all. That all is based on sex. And you find yourself being abused sexually too when you're with somebody that's only attracted to you for the sexual portion of the relationship. You end up getting dogged out in bed, so to speak, because people trying to get their freak on. They ain't trying to make love or be in love. You know what I mean? They're trying to get a fetish, a freaky fantasy settled. So if you're the one that they doing that with, you're gonna get manipulated and abused somewhat in the sack. We all know how this thing goes. It doesn't end well, and there's going to be a lot of turmoil, mostly for the girl, because that man, the only thing he gonna do is get another child and keep moving. You get what I'm trying to say? He gonna be all right, because he ain't got no attachment to nothing but the booty. Let's be real. He ain't attached to nothing but the booty. Now with the girl, she gonna have to carry that, what she did, especially fool around with this man and end up getting pregnant and stuff, and then he's older than you, and you realize you're nothing but a sex toy for him, and you had that puppy, giddy, silly love, because you don't even really know what love is yet, no way, and end up pregnant or just attached to this man because he plays a role in that puppy love, giddy, mixed up emotion you got, and then also that daddy image that he has around you. You know what I mean? Because there's no way that that can be something that's really something for somebody being in love and being together. That's a whole nother story. And I feel sorry, for her, not him. It's not because he's a guy, but because he's older and he's already done walk the walk and talk the talk. You know what I mean? Yep, just folks here and always succumb with the right stuff. That's why I said she's seeing dollar signs and he's seeing the booty call. So they both forget. And you know what? That's an agreement then, huh? And I'm not trying to play no games though. I hate to see that this happened though. I'm just having a little fun here. But that is the agreement. And you know what? Some people may, you take care of me financially, and I'll rock your world, baby. That kind of thing. Because that's all it can. People using each other. And that's exactly what it is. And I promise you, I really think that she's only doing this to stick it to her father. And you wonder why I'm still single. Hey, you know what? If you ain't finding the right kind of person, I wouldn't even throw myself, time, love, emotional status. I wouldn't even throw my body into bed with nothing just to be with somebody. I would rather be by my daggone self. because it ain't worth it. And you got that's hey, if you ain't found the right person, hey, sports, I don't blame you. I do not blame you. Because it ain't even all what it's cracked up to be. And I think a lot of time people allow lust and stuff to be the power to drive a so-called relationship or be a marriage or whatever. A lot of times they're not even really in bed with each other for love or bond or planning on getting married. They just want to satisfy an urge, pillow the post. Oh, you in bed? I hear you, sis. Do your thing. It's your time. I'm gonna let you get ready to slide on. I get it. But yeah, it's sad though. I wouldn't want to see that though. I wouldn't wish that. I don't even like to see young guys trying to get with some older woman, and once again people using each other. But you got to get down there and do the deed too. Whatever these people request from you in a sexual manner, you got to be doing what they say if you want to get that coin. You know what I mean? Because if you're using them for the money and they're using you for the sexual part of it, y'all both got to use each other. So you got to give in and do some things to get it. And that's not definitely not love, and that's not nothing you would call a relationship. And she's saying my boyfriend, and she's riding. I don't know what they were riding in. I don't even know if they were in a car, what they were riding in. But he kept talking, and she kept telling, "Be quiet, babe. Shut up, babe. Stop talking, babe." And I'm like, who the hell talking to a 65-year-old? Oh yeah, he's not 65. I forgot. 6.5. Because she was talking to him like you talk to a child, a young child. Like, a young boy that she's goofing off is 21 like herself. So that's what that's going to be, though, because she don't have no reason to be any different, because he knows what he's getting with when he get with her. As long as they're using each other, it ain't going to end well. No, it's not. Say it. You know what I'm saying? It's a form of prostitution on both of their parts. And like he said, they are using each other. They are using each other. I promise you. And I know that, but it's all about an arrangement. And I promise you, her situation is more trying to stick it to her father, and then him, he's just getting his fantasy met. You know what I mean? And if they're okay with that, but you know that people are not okay, even if they're both using each other and they're agreeing to some terms of what's going to happen here. They're still, he's going to be happy because he's not looking. I'm not blaming it on him because he's the man. I'm going by the age. Even if it was a female that was 65 with a 21-year-old boy, she done lived her life and probably got grandkids and stuff, and already done been to where he hasn't even got yet. And she's gonna be all right if their relationship don't work out. But the boy may be emotionally scarred, or either that he's gonna turn out to be a trickster. You know what I mean? Because you got a lot of people that want to be fed. Hello, Shantarman. Thank you so much for coming in. But I really, and like I said, I know that they consider this girl as grown. How you doing? Thanks for coming. Happy hump day. Nice of you to stop in. We're just talking about, and I'm not being rude. You probably don't want to be in the conversation, but we're talking about, we have to say allegedly, Russell Simmons' daughter, 21, dating a 65-year-old man. Allegedly, but they all over the TV with it, look, allegedly. And we just, laughing and talking. We got the man in here and stuff too, and we're talking about what's going on here in this situation. And to me, it's her with daddy issues and dealing with emotional problems, puppy dog love, and trying to stick it to her dad. And to me, with him, it's not just because he's a man, because I know a lot of guys is with older women. It's just an arrangement. You know what I'm saying? It's an arrangement. That's sad, though. That's sad. You know what I mean? Because the thing that's so weird about it, that's ironic, is that the girl that's doing this, the mother met her father, look, allegedly Russell Simmons, when she was a young girl too, and he was way older than her. So it's like what you did that was messed up is repeating this cycle in your own kid. You know what I mean? Because that's exactly, as a matter of fact, I believe Russell is a year older than this man. And I don't know, but I know that it's going to be a problem for her in the long run emotionally. And for the man, that's all he gonna do is replace her with another child and keep it moving. As long as they selling Viagra, if he's not naturally able to get to where he needs to be, he gonna replace her with somebody else. But she got to look at it if she ends up getting pregnant, because a man can produce a lot longer in years than women. she's going to be into a mess with that. But I guarantee you this is going to fall just as quick as it begun, because what she's doing is she was doing perfectly fine until they had this big family fallout where her father cut her off and everything, financial in every way. And then she's lashing out, and what she decided to do is get a man the same age as her dad and get all over, everywhere in the world, because they're famous people, and be seen with this man so she can hurt her father. You know what I mean? Which is going to end up collapsing. Even if she's using this man, she's still financially established enough where she ain't got to do that, because this is like a prostitution and the trick situation, the sugar baby type thing. She don't have to do this, and what's going to happen is she's going to fall apart emotionally when this thing is said and done, and he's going to replace her with the next child in line. You know what I mean? And once again, it's a use situation, but somebody's going to get hurt. Somebody is going to get hurt. You know what I mean? It doesn't end well, especially with him. You end up getting pregnant. That could happen, possibly. And they know, and I don't care what nobody say. That man is way wiser than that young woman. I don't care what nobody say. That man is way wiser than that young woman. Even if it was a woman that was 65 with a 25-year-old, you've already lived. A lot of your folks this age got grandkids and stuff. So for you to want to be with somebody that young, yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's pervish to me, because it looked. Yeah. Yeah, and it's like I said, and you can't say, oh, well, they 21. Do you honestly think these days, and period, we're going to go into the psychopathy of the mind. Let's keep it real. Ain't nobody's brain even fully developed at no 21. Do you know how long it takes for your frontal lobe? And I'm going medical, what I know medical, what I trained. And I'm not trying to be bossy or rude or nothing. There's no way. There's no way. Exactly. It takes a while for that frontal lobe to develop. So some of this is crazy. She says, story as this time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is nothing new, but it's happening. You know what I mean? And one thing about it, a lot of these famous people emulate them when they see them doing things, and it doesn't make it right either. Even if they both, are saying we're going to use each other and we're doing it for this reason, it's a mess. It's sad, you know what I mean? It's not to judge anybody, it's just an opinion, but it's sad. And this is old things made new again, to be honest with you, sports. This is old things made new again, because all of this stuff that we've discussed that's happening now in life have already came to pass, and it's not, the only thing that's happening with it is it's getting worse. People don't understand that we are born in a dying world. You understand what I'm saying? So all of this stuff that we're having, people not paying attention to how fast the days are flying by, how seasons are blended into seasons. This is telling us, this is giving us a message. Just like with the eclipse, everybody looked at it their own way, their own business. Because see, when I talk, I'm not talking to tell anybody what to do, to judge anybody, or act like I know everything. I'm just having conversations. But for me, I take that as something serious, because those two things are not supposed to be next to each other, but it was meant to happen. And that means something. For me, that means that God is telling us something. Something is happening here. And you got to look for changes. And I had already been having a funky vibe with all of this stuff building up. I could tell something wasn't right. And I promise you, there's a lot, if you're paying attention though, there's a lot of stuff that's going to be changed because of that happening, because it's meant to happen. But it wasn't just a fun, good time. I mean, a lot of people made it fun by getting their glasses, camping up in a spot and looking in pictures of stuff. And, with the naked eye, you're not supposed to look at that, because it can cause damages, and it really can. So, we're not even supposed to be staring right out into the sun at the beach like that. That's why we got suntan lotion and sunglasses and all that kind of stuff. But for me, that's a message, something God trying to tell us out here that's happening in the world. There's change that's coming. There's change that's coming. All of this stuff is falling apart. Just like with the C-19. The C-19 wasn't no virus. That's a plague. You got to understand yourself when you get in the Bible and read the Bible, if you are a believer. And if you're not, I guess then what I'm saying ain't for you. You know what I mean? And no disrespect for people. But I know that even if you call yourself an atheist and you don't believe in God, even if you read the Bible, it's a good book. And it teaches us a lot about what we're doing and how we're living this thing called life. You know what I mean? For people that don't believe. But I tell you one thing, we got to watch what we're doing here and hold tight, because I tell you one thing, folks will get out here and say one thing when it's not them, but when it's happening to them and their family member, it's a whole nother story. It's a whole nother story, because people don't want to see it happen to them. But if it's somebody, hey, that's them. Hey, well, yeah, it is, but it's sad though. You feel bad. You feel bad because if you would knock it back to this girl being 17, everybody would, have more of a fit over it. But at the same time, you want to make it okay because she's 21. Yeah, right. 21 what? 21 what? Young and dumb and full of what? Come on. You know what I mean? That ain't no grown. That ain't no grown. And I feel sorry for her because I know what she's doing it for, and that's why I always say, because a lot of times when and I'm not telling nobody what to do, and I'm not saying this in a fresh way, but with a lot of girls, when they have a dad, that's like the first man that they're in love with in that way, not in nothing sexual, and I don't mean nobody to misunderstand, but they look at dad as the first man that is substantial, even if they got brothers, brothers in their life and stuff. Father is something substantial. You know what I mean? Those relationships are very important. It's important with the mother as well, and vice versa with the guys and their moms. But it says a lot about your upbringing, and what you're being taught. And you know that, and a lot of fathers are not going to be comfortable with their daughter being that young and just starting her life off, and she just finished college and stuff, and she's telling you she's with somebody 65. Or you telling your parents that a dude 21 and your girlfriend is 65. That's the same age as your parents, and in some cases younger than your parents. They gonna feel like they failed you or they did something wrong, even though they say you're grown. That ain't grown, man. Because if you was grown, you wouldn't even be making that type of decision, and you would understand what you're entering in is a relationship that's based on lust on one part, daddy issues, and financial on the other. That is not like a balanced scale, you know what I mean? And it's not going to last either. That's one thing I can say that definitely is not going to work out. And I promise you, when it ends, it's going to blow up all around the world on the news and everything, because that kind of stuff like that, especially when it comes to famous people, they get more attention because they're famous opposed to what even really happened. And this is going to be gone with the wind. From one day to the next, it's going to be somebody else doing the same thing once again, and it's going to be repeated. They had something years ago about a teacher that started messing with her. I think he was 13 years old. Started messing with her 13-year-old student, and his mother didn't do nothing about it, and she went to jail for it. She got out of jail, continued to mess with him, and had 2 kids by him. And now, if you look at them, he's fully grown now. I think he's in his 30s. And she looked like she his damn grandmother. And their kids sitting there not knowing the difference of what to make of that, because they are her parents. But they're not really together in a happy whole relationship. You can tell that he done thrown most of his life away and caught up in that with her, because she got a hold of him when he was very, young and naive, and actually was being, raped, but thought it was love because he didn't comprehend what that meant. That boy didn't know none of that stuff. And I can look at them now because they still be around each other. I don't think they're together as no couple, but they're still around each other. And you can look at the loathe that he looks at her. Like, I wasted my life with you. And then you can tell how their 2 daughters is like, they don't know what to make of it, because they didn't really have 2 parents. It was more of the boy being raised up with her by his mother, and this one stayed in jail most of the time, the biological mother. You know what I mean? And then they come from different ethnic backgrounds, because he's from, the Asian community, and she's from the Caucasian community, so they had different beliefs right there in certain kind of ways that they wanted, these girls to be raised up. But since the mother is Caucasian and was in jail, the Asian grandmother had to be the one to raise them and finish raising her son up, which is the father. This is bad. This is that wasn't no good. No good for your son to be having a relationship with a teacher that's like 35 and he's 13, and then she getting pregnant by him, and she goes to jail because of it, and then you got to take custody of that child, and then when she got out, she did it again and had to go back and all that. Nah, man, listen, you know what? You better ask Jesus to fix it. You better get Jesus to fix it, because this ain't happening, y'all, and y'all already know that. Unfortunately, it's sad, This is the stuff that's part of life, and times has come to pass repeatedly. And I know I done held you dear people up. I appreciate y'all talking and hanging with me. I know Shantarment done flew through and they gone. And I'm going to let you guys go. I'm going to run the live a little bit longer, but I'm not going to keep y'all because I appreciate y'all hanging out. I'm going to let it go a little bit more because I know you said you laying down listening, Patty. And you know I'm talking away. She said, yeah, that was a messed up situation. You know the situation I'm talking about, don't you, Miss Patty? Yes. She says the reason why. Yep, yep. The reason why we have rules in society. Amen. Because to me that ain't right. And you know, and the thing is, especially when you are, when you are young and the other person is older and mature. But I'm gonna be honest with you, she wasn't no older and mature. And with her, she had already had. I think she had, and I'm not gonna. I may be wrong now. I don't want to sit out here be telling no lies and nothing. I have to say it allegedly. But maybe, I mean, with her, I think she had a husband and 4 kids already or something like that. A husband that was her age, but she was always childlike and extremely immature because the way they acted the movie out. But when I seen her, when they started showing her, the real her, she seemed to be on an age level that she was a lot younger than what she was mentally. He says, oh, he says, I'm leaving this on. Oh, thank you so much, Pong. I appreciate it. I thank you so much for coming. Blessings to you and your family. I enjoyed you hanging out with us, and we just talking. I hope we ain't saying nothing to make you feel uncomfortable, but over here, we all talk about everything life and just talk. It don't mean no harm, judging people or trying to hurt anybody. We just talk. That's all that is. And this is stuff that's out here in the news anyway. You know what I mean? And we talk. But yeah, it's just stuff. So thank you so much and take care, Pong, and thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, we got a lot going on here. And and it's sad too because for like when it comes to a lot of stuff, even with young boys and young girls, when they have an adult person that's interested in them in a romantic way, they think that that's a compliment because their brain doesn't comprehend what's going on, and then they end up being molested and raped and didn't realize it. There was one boy that they had that teacher had started with him, and he was bragging to his friends and he thought it was cool and stuff. And then after she got arrested for it and he sat down with his family and they started taking him to counseling, he fell apart because he didn't realize that he was a rape victim. That was not consensual. You can't consent to be a teenager, a child, a minor, to have a sexual relationship with an adult woman. That's not what happens, Bubba. That's not what we call this, honey. He didn't know that, though. He thought he was, that's that young thing again. He thought that he was in it. You know what I mean? He was in it. He was bragging to his friend. She grown. She let me drive her car, even though I'm not old enough to get a license. We hang out. She gives me liquor. I get to drink, man. I'm living my dream, y'all. Y'all jealous, bro. All that to his friends, bragging, and kept doing that. And showing pictures of her body because he was, had pictures of her and all the things she taught him and what they was doing and telling his friends and stuff. And all of them, the ones that they had, the majority of his friends, they thought it was good too, except 1 or 2 of them. Man, nah. It was a lot, there was a few, And he didn't even know it, I promise you. And what ended up happening to him is when this whole thing blew up and they end up going to court and they made it clear to prosecutors and everybody that you were a rape victim. Do you know what rape means? That's what happened to you. Why? But I liked her. I'm in love with her. No, you're not old enough to consent to have a relationship. And it took a long time. Even his mother, they did an interview. Even his mother and father said that he didn't realize that was happening. That's what was happening to him. And he ended up suffering it mentally and emotionally and ended up having to get on some medication and stuff and became suicidal after he realized what that was. It wasn't the stud and it wasn't okay. You were being raped. And once he learned what that was, his whole life fell apart. You know what I mean? Because he didn't know. And I felt that hurt it so bad to see that because she ruined his life. She had a husband, a good career or whatever. And I'm not saying that all of that matters. I'm not trying to get material. I'm just saying she had her life already and she was okay. And the only thing that happened with her is, guess what? She gets out of jail and her husband takes her back. So if she feels like starting it over again with another kid, that's what she's going to be because she is a pedophile. A teacher that's a pedophile. Period. Point blank. Cross the T's and dot all the I's. This is what this is. And this is another whole case. And like I keep telling people, I have in my playlist something called True Events, and I'm not telling nobody to go watch it. I'm just giving an example of the work that I've done personally of stuff like that. And I've always got permission from the parents or the people that I speak about. Is it okay for me to share this without using names and changing things around a bit so that I can tell this to maybe help somebody else? And like I said, I had two siblings, and I won't get into it now, but I had two siblings that were involved in a sexual relationship together and produced a baby. See what I'm saying? So with that being said, y'all know what I'm talking about when it comes to that kind of stuff like that. I've worked on this. I don't even have to take a story from this, what I'm talking about, that was news around the world. I've worked cases like this because of the type of work that I do. You know what I mean? And I was hands on with these people and these kids. People don't know what it's like when you're dealing with working with kids that's been removed from the home for DSS, and you have to take a child, and you're on the other end, and you got to take a child and be a part of them sewing the child body back together because of what was done to them by being molested and things. See, people don't know who you are and what you got for training and where you've been. You get what I'm saying? Somebody's got to do it though. This child's rectum is torn, and you got to be the one to patch that up. You got to be the one that's there. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no joke. Y'all, excuse me. I tried to get my gallon of water in the day. But yeah, I've been on different ends of the spectrum of different types of works and things of that. And like I always tell you guys, there's like a lot of reasons why I'm not on camera. And like I said, I'm not a victim, but I'm a victor. But a lot of the stuff that I do and have done work wise, and then something did happen in my personal life, caused a lot of this stuff to happen. But people don't realize that when you are witnesses to stuff, you don't never know who's going to come at you. You get what I'm trying to tell you? You don't know what's going to happen when you're a witness to stuff, or if you have to go. Listen, evil is around us and we can't see. Yep. You got that right, sports. We can't see very well. Absolutely. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Because I'm telling you, man, listen. I promise you. Just like I was talking, and I think that I got some people that I talk to, like how we talking now. A lot of people, and I'm not judging nobody, but their comprehension is not there when you're trying to explain certain kind of stuff. Because I was speaking about, I was talking here earlier, and no disrespect to anybody with their comprehension level. I'm not, like I said, I'm not the brightest bulb either, but I'm still lit. You know what I mean? Come on now. You know what I'm saying? But I was talking earlier about, I had somebody that came in a live, and this was a different live, not this live, because I stopped a lot. People probably don't realize it, but I've had lives went 15 hours, y'all. And then I got one lady right now, she's finna let her live run for 50 hours, she said. And anyway, so I was talking, and then I had somebody that came in and said that, well, I got 3 people right now that's having some issues with YT, with people betraying them, somebody's mad at somebody, all that kind of foolishness. And I had somebody come in the live, so we end up talking, and we started talking about the wrenches and all of that kind of stuff like that. And I was saying that, I had, because people keep coming in live asking about the wrenches. So I was elaborating on why I removed the wrenches. And then, a person said, well, if you use your head the right way and make the right choices, then you don't have to worry about giving the wrong people wrenches. And I didn't take it in a negative way, but this is what I said. And this is what I'm going to keep it real with y'all. First of all, let me tell you something. And this is what I was saying to him. I understand what you mean, but first of all, that don't go like that when it comes to wrenches. You can be married to a man for 20 years and don't know he got 3 kids by 3 different women out in the street. You could be married to a woman for 20 years and don't even know that 2 of the kids y'all got ain't even yours. Sometimes the right hand don't know what the left hand is doing. Sometimes you can get on here on YT and be friends with somebody a whole year or 2, and then they turn on you. Don't, brother, listen. I'm trying to tell. Listen, folks. When you say something like that, you got to understand what you're talking about. Because when I've been in your live, I watch you remove wrenches left and right. Don't do that. That has nothing to do with somebody being wise and making choices. I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know everything, but I'm not no jack in the box either. That didn't even apply to the conversation that we were having because that's not what was going on. You were upset because you came in alive and didn't have a wrench for whatever reason you need a wrench that damn bad for. But you got your own lives that you're passing out wrenches, so I don't understand what the problem is. But that does not apply. That didn't even make no sense. I wouldn't even said that to a damn frog. It didn't make sense. You have to be wise if you made that mistake. That's not even what I was saying. That's not what I was saying. I said that I explained why I took the wrenches, and these are some people that out here that all of us right now are going to run across some issues with some people here that you gave wrenches to or your time to or supported that may turn on you. You get what I'm trying to say? So that wasn't even the right kind of response. So I realized that this person kept on saying it, and I can show y'all the live, and they kept comprehending this stuff. They kept changing up what the meaning of the wrench is, and then you're doing good, girl, and then you don't, and then backwards and forth. And they didn't realize, they didn't even know what the heck they was talking about. They might as well not even had said anything. Unless your comprehension is off, or you think you're setting somebody straight that's dumb and don't know. But that don't even go like that. That's not even what happened. You know what I mean? Yep, that too. Yep, there you go. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Sports. And I kept trying to explain because they kept begging me for a wrench. That was the whole purpose. But I wanted to tell everybody to come in and live to whoever care, which I don't know why, because I don't. And I told them too, the people that I talked to earlier. I removed all the wrenches, and you guys can remove my wrench when I come to your live too. I don't care about the wrench. Hey, what's happening? How you doing? Thank you for stopping in, my dear. How's it going, my dear? Yeah, I don't understand. I hear you, sports car. How you doing, Miss Arlise? Thank you so much, beautiful, for stopping in. Blessings to you. Amen, amen. We're just talking about some stuff that goes on here. It's always something that goes on here. My goodness, I tell you, but I don't understand the importance of the wrench like that, though. And I'm gonna tell you what really started happening here, you guys, and I'm gonna be 100%. And I already know because, like I said, and I know I can say this to Aaron and a few other people. I know you can see that there's a lot of people. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it, Arlise. Thank you so much for being here. But Aaron, you've been around for a while, and I know that you can see that there's a lot of people that's not in my lives anymore, because sometimes it used to be just me, you, and like 3 other people, and I know you see that, right? That's for a reason. There's no hard feelings. I don't gotta call nobody's name out or anything, but see, I'm walking in a different path. You understand what I'm saying? And I know I've seen you over visiting some of these folks, so you know what I mean, because you met them here. You get what I'm saying? But I started having situations where people, and you guys y'all can explain, I mean, y'all can tell me what y'all think of this kind of stuff, but I want to know, how can people hit me up right on the DMs and keep telling me, Rruk, wait a minute, says, amen. Yeah, and see, that's the whole thing. I don't see how that has anything to do with the personal life. I don't know how they could even mix up the two, because YouTube is something that you don't have to even be bothered with. You know what I mean? So I don't understand why folks even get caught up with it like that. But for me, this is what started happening to me is I had people that kept hitting me up in the DMs because they couldn't contact me on YT, and they kept asking me, Rruk, what happened? Why can't I come in your lives? I'm blocked. Several people kept telling me that they were blocked. Why can't I come to your live? Are you upset with me? Did something happen? And I'm telling them no. So how else would people be blocked out of my live? How? If I didn't do it. Who else would have the power to block somebody out of my life? Get where I'm coming from? That's what I want to know. Just tell me what that means to anybody, you know? Yeah, YT can't be your personal relationship in your physical life. If you got something going on YT, that's where that stays. You know what I mean? Because my family here, we ain't even going with none of that. That definitely can't be a part of our lives. We don't get down like that at all. You know what I'm saying? But how can if somebody contacted you, Aaron, any of you guys that want to respond to this, so you don't have to. How can somebody be blocked from you, Mr. Sports, if you didn't do it? Can you answer that if you want to? How can people be blocked from you? How do they get blocked? This is crazy. That's why I said, and then I also have a lot of people that seem to stake so much on wanting to have a wrench, and I don't understand what that's about either. You know? Yep, there we go. Bingo. Bingo. So, what do you do if you find out the ones that had them wrenches was doing that to you without your permission? And in fact, these weren't any people that needed to be blocked at all anyway. Yes, yes, and more yes. You know what I mean? And I'm going to ask you a question. Why would they do that, sportsman, without your permission? And it's some people that you don't even want blocked. How does that go in this YouTube world? How does that work out? Because I felt so bad. I was never told that folks was doing this. I never asked anybody to do that. And I didn't understand what was happening, and it started becoming a lot. And I got one of the first people that told me was a nice older. I got an older woman that I think she's 70, and she said to me, I don't know about this Instagram stuff. She said, but I was determined to get on Instagram because I don't even use it, just to get in touch with you, just to figure out what happened, because I'm not able to come to your lives anymore. And I was determined to find a way to reach you because I couldn't reach you no other way. And I wasn't going to set up, a dummy account and all of that type of stuff. So I wanted to figure out what happened. And I told her that I never would block her, and I didn't have no reason to block her. So who else is blocking people from me or us from each other? And why would they do it? What is the intention behind them doing that? So I started seeing, okay, so this is what this is, and this is what's happening with certain folks and things. So I got to change up here. Everybody ain't on YT for the same reasons. Everybody don't want to see you win. A lot of people get red eye. A lot of people get jealous and act a kind of way. You know what I'm saying? So you got to really know what you're dealing with, because it can get kind of spooky. You know what I'm saying? So even with me, I'm gonna be honest with you. I done went to several people's lives, and they have came over here wanting a wrench and running me down for a wrench, and I've been in their lives. I promise you, and I'm not bragging, I've only had 2 lives that I've been in that I didn't have a wrench. And the reason why I didn't have a wrench is because I didn't want one. And I don't have to have one. And for whoever that comes to my life, I'm gonna keep saying this a lot until I've managed to get this around to everybody. I remove the wrenches. I don't know if I'm putting them back. I know people shouldn't even care about that. But if I remove your wrench, and if I come to your live because I don't have a wrench for you here, you can take the one you gave me from your live or your channel. It doesn't bother me, because that really doesn't mean as much to me as a lot of people are, after it. Because I can still communicate with the host and everybody in the chat and do it moving. If YouTube decided to remove the wrenches, nobody could say or do anything about it, right? So how different am I? I'm just trying to be safe and make sure that I ain't got nothing crazy going on here, which something crazy was going on. You know what I mean? Something wasn't right. And I didn't know what was happening. So I did what I had to do, you know what I'm saying? And like I said before, I've had a lot of people that it's a wrap, you know what I mean? And it's okay. But I know that what they're doing is they're running to a lot of my YouTubers, because see, I'm not coming to nobody's lives to run down to use them just to get no subscribers, because I notice that's all everybody seemed to be doing. And I wouldn't come there just to do something like that. I come there because I enjoy our friendship, you know what I mean? And I like hanging out with you, the host. And if I make some friends and laugh and talk, while we're in the live, there's nothing wrong with that. But I don't just jump and subscribe to somebody just because I seen them in somebody's live. You know what I mean? I just know that they got it, because I know one girl came in the live And she just started automatically jumping up and down. I subscribe to you, I join you, I join you. And I said to her, I said, well, you just came to the live and you don't even know me. She said, yeah, but I see that people got, rent, so they should be okay. I said, but I don't even know that fully. You try to put your best foot forward and trust out there, but sometimes you really don't know. You know what I mean? And that was like, something that I did because I don't need that many people modding. Nobody does unless you got a real huge channel. I don't even have a channel. This is just a chill hangout spot. This is not a channel. Rruk is not a channel. You know what I mean? And I thought that that was just something to do for everybody to have it, to be fun, but I wouldn't even need that many mods. I am able to keep up with the majority of my people when they come to the live, if they come to my halls or the little bit of food I cook, I'm good. And as far as the people that I have, what numbers that I have, um, half of those people are not even supporting. Y'all know how that go, and I really don't even care. I promise you one thing I can tell you is that I run these lives for totally different reasons. And if I don't go past whatever numbers I got, I'm perfectly fine. If I don't get monetized, I'm perfectly fine. Because that's not the only reason why I came here. Now, if you're able to get monetized and enjoy what you do and make money and have friends and enjoy it, I think that's a blessing. But I'm not going to keep coming on here. I got 7 this, I got 7 that, because I want you guys to know y'all mean more to me than that. Way more to me. Our friendships are priceless. It's just that close. People, yeah, it is. It is. You got that right. Because I had somebody that kept mixing up what we were talking about. One minute they'll say, "Well, I don't care about the wrench," but yeah, it shows that I mean something to the channel, and that the channel respects me. And I'm like, okay, well, that's good. I hope you don't feel, that you're not, valued over here because I don't have wrenches. Now I understand, you got to do what you got to do, but no, it don't mean nothing to me either. But you could give it back to me. I appreciate it. I mean, up and down. I had somebody that kept going in with that, and I'm like, yo, you want it for something. What? I don't know. But you want it for something, and like I said, if YouTube decides to remove it, what would you do then? I just keep it, copacetic and chill down. To me, it's not that big of a deal. I don't see why it is because, that they claim they're mods. They call them moderators, and what's the name? What's the definition of a moderator? That's for people to help you regulate the channel. So if I don't need any mods, why would that be a problem? But it's more than that. It's more than that because people do a whole bunch of other things. I got one person that said to me, it's somebody I don't deal with anymore, but they said, "Oh yeah, oh my gosh, why'd you take the wrench?" This is back when I took a few before, because I peeped some people out and I learned what was up. They said, "Well, why'd you take a wrench? Because I need the network." Network where? You don't have to come over here and network. Even if you can't network over here, do you know how big YouTube is? You can go a million places on YouTube and network over there. Just because I don't have a wrench, that's gonna shut you down. You didn't know me, and then you don't know half of the people in this live. You don't have to come here. There's plenty of lives and stuff that you can go to. You can build your own live, your own folks. Nobody cares about that. You know what I mean? So that's really all you came here for then. You're not really trying to chill, and make friends and stuff. You're trying to use and ride on somebody's coattail on something that you can do yourself. There's nothing wrong with networking and having fun and friends chilling and doing things together. But at the same time, I want to meet some like decent friends on here that I feel comfortable with, and that we grow good, long lasting friendships, and stay strong and long, and support each other if it's somebody needs help with watch hours and subscribers, and really forming a good team. I think it's amazing to do that, to be able to get paid by something you like doing. So that's how I feel about it. It's nothing wrong with that, but I don't think you have to have a wrench in somebody's channel to be able to do what you need to do. You can still go on and network and go do your own thing, build your own, situation there. It's easy. You just take your time and do it. I wouldn't want nobody to, for us to be friends, and that's the only reason why you were my friend, is just to come over and see who I hang out with. You don't have to do it like that. We can all just chill together and have fun. You know what I mean? We don't have to do it like that. make somebody feel that they're not valuable to you and you only want them for one thing, you know? I feel the same way. Yeah, it's serious business. That's right. See, that's what I'm talking when I got my friends. And I promise you, I'll say it like this to you, Aaron. I got my friends too, but I got some people, unfortunately, that didn't turn out that way. You know what I mean? And I know you know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to, stir nothing or nothing like that, but you know what I'm talking about. Because we all chilled for quite a few long hours, a lot of different times. And you notice that you're the only one that's still here. And that's why I was saying too that one of the things that I feel bad about is that I got a lot of real friends here that have connected with some people in the live, and I just hope nothing don't go wrong because I would feel bad. You know what I mean? Because I know a lot of stuff has happened here and a lot of stuff changed. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I just got through going through my subscription and I got rid of like probably altogether now about 200 people. But like around the times when we used to chill, certain one of us that was hanging out, you were one of them too, you know what I'm talking about. I probably got rid of about at that time 6 to 10 of them because it wasn't working out, it wasn't what I thought it was. So I just went on and did what I had to do. And that's the reason why I decided that I'm not going to, unless it's my family, or some real serious stuff that I'm invested in, I'm not going to be getting involved with community and hashtagging and FBI and I'm part of the WYCA and I'm in the cult and all that. I just like to be, independent individual and doing my own thing. You know what I mean? Because that stuff right there causes too many problems. When you see them supposed to thinking they all right and then you learn something different. Don't get that personal. I know I ain't personal with nobody. Like I'm bringing them into my bedroom, with my husband and my family, and we flipping out over these people on Thanksgiving and all that. Leave it where it's at. Yeah, you know. Yeah, I know. See, I know. Bless you in the name of Jesus. Amen. That's all I'm saying, bro. Amen. Yep. And I ain't no part of nothing either. And I know you can tell, bro. You know how I do. I think you know me pretty good because you wouldn't come chill with me because you're good friends, like you said, and I hope I'm one of them. You know what I mean? But yeah, that right there, I mean, I got all, and I'm not into none of that. But if I needed receipts, I have them all, and none of them are faded. Boy. And I promise you, for a long time, well, not that because it ain't been that long. Some of them folks, it was a couple of months, and then some was like maybe 3 weeks. And God was telling me several times not to do that, not to do it, not to be bothered. You got the wrong, My family would be in the live and looking at the stuff and telling me, nope, let that go. And I kept saying, no, they're gonna be all right. They cool people, and we chilling and blah. And I didn't listen. And it went to the left, and I'm on the right. It did what it did. And mind you, these people are 50 and 60 years old, so they never grew up. I'm drinking my water, y'all. Be trying to get that gallon down. Yep, so I didn't listen. And unfortunately, a lot of my folks that was in the live, those folks are going over there to them. And I just hope that they don't do what they did here because I don't want to see nobody messed up by it. He said, never. That's right. That's right. That's exactly what it is, bro. Because I'm telling you, baby, that mess went out with the bump. You remember that dance doing the bump? That went out with the bump. That went out with the bump, and and I'm glad that happened because I'm not with none of that, bro. Listen, and the thing is, like I said before, I got quite a few YouTube family members that I keep letting know because they keep reaching out to me on the gram about that situation. Why is them such and such keep coming all over here like this constantly now? I don't see them at your house, but now they're over here like crazy. I said that's what they came to do. That's why they was at my house to come to your house. And I'm talking about these people snatching up crumbs. These people have snatched up about a good 10 to 15 of my good people that I have, and I just, I feel guilty about it because they thought they were, they were going to other people's channels saying that Rruk sent me. Rruk sent me. I'm from Rruk and all that, and the folks accepted them in because they did see them in the live, and now it's a mess. You know what I mean? Hopefully, they don't cause them no problem, or they'll finally leave some of my good friends alone. You know. Because they kept asking, folks was asking to do this kind of business and let's do this together and all that. And I kept saying no, and I had my reason why I was saying no. And so they tried to go on and use what I had in mind and try to go on and do it, and it didn't go well. It don't. It didn't go well, man. It's dry. It's dry. Especially too if you're coming online about, oh yeah, I'm trying to straighten it out and I'm trying to do this. No, you're still cracked out. You're still screwing around. You're still drinking. You're still in the streets. Stop, 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 stop. The mask came off, baby. You're not doing none of that stuff. You are living exactly where you put yourself at and exactly what you were doing. It's all a lot. And look at me. Got rid of each one, got replaced by probably 10 people. I thought I told you I could never lose. Happen like that, honey. Got the Raven Maniac and the Big Bull. Good night. Good night, pre-retirement. Have a good one. I didn't even know you were there. I thought you came in and came out, child. We've been talking about so many different subjects here throughout. Thank you, sis. Take care. So it's nighttime for her. Some of my women here in the Philippines and different places, it's Wednesday. No, it's today is Thursday for them, and right now it would be 11:30 in the afternoon for them. Yes, and pre-retirement's nighttime for her. Yeah, you got a raving maniac and fool. Baby, let me tell you, it has been absolutely amazing. And oh, so many folks, boy, got this thing twisted up, twisted up. Watching. You're friends with some folks with some stuff there, bro. Hey. Arlise. She's up in the building. Thank you. There's so much going on. Because I know, let me see what I want to say. With Mr. Sports here. What I want to say, Mr. Sports. He might be, okay, wait. Because I know you got a couple of fellas too that ain't clicking right. Because I know I was in one of them lives and somebody was trying to make it up to somebody that didn't want to hear it. That's how it be. And folks grown, but some people never grew up, unfortunately. Oh boy. Yes, I got so many folks doing some lives here too. So I'll be trying my best, I'll do mine and I'll back folks up and I'll do what I gotta do. And then after a while you start realizing sometimes when you do, the lives, you all may be doing them at the same time. We all try to find a way to support one another, and do what we do. So many people are popping right now. I don't know how many different people I can honestly say that I try to keep getting around to them and then keep doing what I'm doing, because They all is popping. Let me see if she ended hers, I think. Just trying to back everybody up because I don't just stick to my live. I support my fellow YouTube folks while I'm doing my live. Okay, she's done. Okay, because I had went over there and helped her out. One of my friends got it hard with these folks out here with these frisky. Everybody want to date and get married. Mm-mm-mm. But yes, so how have you, what you been up to, Miss Arlise, if you're still there? What's been going on, sis? When the next time you doing a live? I know you come and you chill. That's how I am too. Miss Patty, you gone to bed yet? I mean, sleep actually. I know you said you was laying down. I just want to know what everybody got going on before I shut it down. That we all finish communicating and laughing and loving on one another and doing our thing. Oh, they got her on here too. Amazon. They be taking these photos, you know that, right? And use. It's short, exactly. And you buying and thinking.
You're using their photo without their permission, but they should be paid.
Mm-hmm.
Their photo, but they're not.
Exactly. Absolutely.
What they did to Dominique.
That's what I was gonna say, Dominique. Yes.
They did her.
Uh-huh. Cause.
They changed her skin tone.
Mm-hmm.
They changed her skin tone, and that wasn't even the wig that she had on. Was not the one that they were using.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, for y'all to be a big business like that, I had no business. That's so weird to change somebody's skin tone.
Yeah, that was racist. That was racist.
You change them.
Yeah, that's okay. Mm-hmm.
Nope,
Nope, that was racist too, and that's what I keep trying to tell people too. That people are so quick to jump on it. She said, just relax and good talk. Hey, we talking good, sis. I know, you see what I mean? And like I said before, when I be talking about this stuff, I don't be making this stuff up. I'm not saying that you think I do or anybody do, but you see, like what Bro was just saying, he know what it is, because for some folks gone, child. I ain't because I keep, see, this is what people don't understand. It's not even just in our personal life, but in our physical life. You can't be, if you got people that's doing all kinds of dirty, undermining, and low level stuff, that's devil's work. That's devil work. So when you hang around them and entertain that, you getting tarnished, babe. You can't be with that. You got to shake that off. I'm trying to tell you, you got to shake that off. You know, you mess around there, and like I said, that stuff will spread like an infection. Because if you got certain people that you dealing with and they rocking like that, then you get some of that pushed off on you. That ain't a game right there. That's not optional, you know. You know, that's exactly. You seen what happened. That's what I wanted to say something to you so bad, but that just happened right there just now, like probably a few minutes ago. Pop in, then pop out. I've been on to that. I don't care if somebody good folks. I go over there and support you, but I see what you're doing. It's another crowd, like I said, to keep ain't even stayed none, because I see you gone. She didn't, you know, come on. I seen that too. Right in, right out, ain't really, you know, and you can see what's really happening. That's why I don't fool with it. And I promise you, what I'm really learning here is to really just shut this stuff down and just stick with some people that you know you ain't got to be bothered with all that with. Yeah, real, and real doesn't mean just because somebody got to come to every live, every video. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about real stuff though. Real clicks and real dedications of friends that's really hanging together, and we don't have to put a title on it. We this group, we from the Alpha AA, and you know we run the FBI agency and all that stuff. We're friends and families that support each other and hang out together. You know what I mean? Just like sis, she got a live running over there, but I went in, you know, I went over there a few times. I just didn't say too much. because I do it like that sometimes where I just listen out and chill when it comes to her lives because she be having folks in there and a lot of them like to talk and carrying on. So I don't want to be where she can't, chill out and get around to everybody. So I take several seats and chill back. And people, pop in where they can. She done ended her life anyway, so but yeah. I tell you, there's a lot of stuff going on out here and like, we were saying here that you don't and I don't take like all this stuff that I'm talking about even here. I don't take this, like where it's in, mixing up personal with all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Because it's two different worlds. You don't even have to do that. You know what I mean? I know I'm not. It's not necessary. You know what I mean? But I do talk to my family about my lovely YouTubers. That's really my real folks that we really are together for the right reasons. I do because I'm proud of it. You know what I mean? I really do because I'm proud of it. Close it. Oh, let you get on, Patty, because I think who was left here? It was you, and I don't know. You know how you got people in the background, but I know it was you here in sports and Miss Arlise, and I think they might have been gone or not. So I'm just trying to contact. Listen, to me, you can't even talk right, John. I'm trying to, let everybody know, that I enjoyed them, and I'm gonna let it get ready to shut it on down here, and wishing everybody the best and appreciate. And I promise you guys, I really have, my life has changed so much to where, I never really was out here in the streets with a lot of people, before all of this stuff happens that, keeps me off the camera in that kind of way. I didn't have all that kind of stuff. Wild people coming to my house. I even keep an eye peeled to certain family members, if you know what I mean. But I know that I don't juke and jive, He says, yep, always a fun time hanging out here. It's a fun time chilling with you too, bro, and I appreciate you. And I always enjoy the conversation because you see, with us talking here, we always have something that's fun and amazing, and we all enjoy each other, and we really are doing it. It's not just because you got to look at it. YT is a big old place. Do you know the people that I knew from 10 years ago, other than the ones that came with me that made me 3,000 folks here? I haven't seen them people in years. In years, because when I left that crowd, only 3,000 of them came with me, and YouTube is so big that I never ran into them. And the point that I'm trying to make is it shows you, and I enjoy you too, Patty. Oh my gosh, yes. And I tell you, I don't even run into them anymore at all because YouTube is that big. And I said that to say this: you guys could be anywhere y'all want in the world, in your physical life and on YT. So when y'all come to hang out with me, that makes me feel special. And that hugs my heart. And that's why I keep coming and hanging with y'all too, because I know that we really are really friends. And we can't say that with everybody. And sports was saying, you don't mix that up with your personal life. But I promise you, I do talk about you guys though. The real ones, the real McCoys. I do say my sports guy and my Miss Patty, and I show them, look at her and her hair, how she keep it all cute and stuff. And him, he's fun because I got some male family members that like to look at the sports stuff too. Because see, I'm a Tom girl, you know what I mean? So I always like to. People used to get mad at me, but I'm able to side with the guys just as well as the girls. But I'm a heterosexual female. But I'm the type that could be. I can get out here and do an oil change, and then I could be pretty in pink. You know what I'm trying to tell you? Multi-balance. I've always understood what a man is supposed to be and how a man is a lot different than some women. A lot of women used to get mad at me, but after they sat down and we talked and I explained it, they was like, oh yeah, we gotta let a man be a man. That's what I'm saying. I learned that way ahead of time. Just like when we were talking and Aaron interjected, about the age difference when we were talking about it. He says, like, from a man's point of view, I understood it fully. That's why I was laughing and stuff, because they do have a way to act different in a reason, because they're men. And some of the stuff is supposed to be different because there's a difference between men and women. And I enjoy every bit of that. Yeah, I always show you guys, and I have my family sometimes, even though I have you guys whether I'm using the if I'm using a phone or a computer, sometimes I pull the when I watch y'all videos or y'all lives, I pull it up on my the living room TV, and I have my family sit here with me and watch. And I'll be typing away, commenting to y'all, and they'll be looking and saying stuff, and I really point out the ones that I know that we really are rocking with each other. I don't mean no disrespect to nobody else, but everybody ain't everybody. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Just like all money ain't good money. So I know which folks to speak on, and then which folks, even with me with the when I do my lives and I'm not around, and if I set up a live at home but I had to go out, I got family members that will come and respond to certain one of you guys because they know y'all the real McCoys. You know what I mean? It's important for me too to really bond with you guys. You know what I mean? And I care if somebody's sick, if somebody's in the hospital, if somebody's dealing with a death and that kind of stuff, because even though we don't know each other, we're all still brothers and sisters, and we all matter to each other because we built an emotional connection here with these keyboards. You know what I mean? And then with you guys, I get to see y'all beautiful faces, and I hate that y'all can't see me, but one day I hope I'm gonna claim the victory. You know what I mean? Oh, you're so sweet, Patty. And I promise you, I have enjoyed you guys. And like with the male guys that I have on here, I have had relationships with guys like that most of my life, where it wasn't no kind of boyfriend type stuff. It was really brothers and homies. You know what I mean? Just like I had, and no disrespect, I had a few of my guy friends that was in here, earlier on when I did another live, and their girlfriends just got to keep popping up like they got to prove that that's their man, and I don't know what for, because it's because I'm a female. You can tell when I'm speaking about I'm not being fresh with nobody, and if your man can't have female supporters, then you should make that clear to him, because you ain't got to prove nothing to me, because I'm not interested in him or you. You understand what I mean? And they just keep on with 15 hearts, baby, honey, sugar, boo boo. Like, I'm like, are you gonna come in here and fill the whole chat up with that? I already know who you is. Didn't he introduce you to me? Did he tell you I was his sister? Come on, bro. Get up out of that. Get out. Come on. Come on. That's really silly. That's really silly to do. When you got to do that, you ain't secured it. You get what I'm saying? You ain't secured it because you got concerns. You know what I mean? When you got to do that, and you got to keep constantly. Even if you got a husband and you somewhere at a restaurant or a department store and you see women going up around him, if he don't have enough respect for you and to know that he's taking and he's laughing and kikiing with that man, well, that's where his ASS need to stay then. Bye. I wouldn't give folly food. I ain't got time to run behind nobody like that. You know that they know better than that. And if they with you and y'all in a relationship, they ain't gonna let no man or woman come all up in their face and flirt and act like a fool in person, less more than online. And I got several people that keep coming here with that same thing, that the guy, is talking to you. And the thing is, it's mostly me. I happen to know the men. And then they get their women, and I guess the women want to come over and try to see if his Rruk is flirting with their husband or whoever, boyfriend, aunt, cousin, guy. And you can see that that's not what it is. And you don't know what I got over here either. You know what I mean? But some folks are that insecure, you know? You know what I'm saying? I had somebody that lit the pathway, and I was going to tell them to stop doing that. Y'all go and take that to the bedroom somewhere. You ain't got to keep coming on here, because I don't care nothing about none of that like that. I knew this person before you even met him. And then most of these folks that I'm talking about are on online relationships that people ain't never even met before in person either, by the way. I'm going to keep it real with you. And then I got a few of them that are couples, but the man can't even run his live because she got one woman just kept coming in, and what she did was she had to come in and see who we were, because like with Rruk of all, it don't you can't tell if it's a man or a woman, and most people think I'm a guy anyway. So she had to go check and see who I was, and then there was a few females that had channels showing that they was women, and she kept coming in the live. I promise you that where I stopped dealing with him altogether, because I'm not finna play that game. And she would keep coming in live. Yes, but I'm the only one that's your real supporter. No other woman can come between what we got, baby. I don't know who these women are, but they need to know. And nobody said anything sexual to this man. This man playing basketball and stuff. And, oh, you shot a hoop, man. Yeah, that's a nice jersey, man. Cool sneakers, man. I just bought my son some sneakers. That's all any of the women, and even I was saying to the guy. Nobody was liking him. And she just kept on coming in, and I got to the point where I decided that I'm not going to deal with that no more and let them go, because I don't know how she want him to have a channel, and if she don't want him to have any female supporters, that's between y'all business, because I don't care about it. I don't know this dude, you know what I mean? And I don't know what you sweating, but I tell you one thing, if you got to worry that much, there's a problem in your relationship, not nothing to do with nobody else. And number one too, that I keep trying to tell men and women both, you can't take a man that want to go, sister. You understand? So anybody or somebody trying to take my man, you can't take a man that wants to go, and you can't take a female that wants to go. So that's your problem, and that's what messes a relationship up. All that jealousy and that foolishness. I've never been like that around men. I've never felt any kind of way. I don't went to people's cookouts and stuff, and you know, husband and all, and the other girls are walking around, women halfway naked and stuff, honey. And I was clothed properly, and if he over there looking stupid like a fool, and he can stay over there with him, then that ain't gonna be no loss to me, because I already know what I got and what I'm here to do. So there's no reason at all for me to get over here. What you looking at them? Hey, damn, baby, them women hot topping. I don't care about none of that. Go ahead and pop right with them. Pop right with them. Get these papers filled out, and I'll be good to go. You know what I mean? Because you know I can run the house without you, baby, because I ain't never been one of them type of women that got to depend on no man. I meet you halfway. But I know that if something happened to you, I can run the house and pay for everything by myself, and you the same. You can do the same. But if I got to be worried about, he over there looking at them women, oh boy, if we go to the beach, them women gonna be dropping around, and he gonna be looking at them. What kind of man you got? Or if your woman is running and flogging around a whole bunch of guys, what kind of wife you got? That's y'all problem at the house. Don't bring other people into that old mess that y'all got that's gonna break your relationship or your marriage up. You know what I mean? My man, was he your man legally with papers, or this is just a relationship? You know, a layup. Anyway, I'm being silly, but it's true though. It's all true. And I'd like to thank you, awesome, amazing people, for being my friends and making YouTube a better place to be. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times I be deciding, I got a few people too that's getting ready to stop doing lives because they're going through too much or whatever. But see, you can't take it to your heart, but a lot of people do, and you can't take that from them because they get invested in a way that it does affect them. But I know that if I decide to stop doing the lives, it would be because I really can't balance it no more. You get what I'm saying? I really can't balance it, but I'm not going to let anybody that came on here and got shady and bugged out and ran across with subscribers and acting all that old foolish mess, that ain't enough, because that ain't going to pay the mortgage. You know what I mean? That ain't going to do nothing. So there ain't no need to get messed up like that. But if I did decide not to do it and just keep posting videos, I definitely would do it because it's too much for me. You know what I mean? Working, the personal life, and what you got to do around the house, and eat and clean and get this closet together and clean your garage out and all that. If it's too much for me, then I'd have to let it go for that. But for some person, can't nobody bully me off here. And I promise you, several people that I had to let go, that have been replaced with 10 more. And then that's scheduled to be, approved too. But you got to keep watching, because you don't know. But you can't honestly tell somebody that if they got people that they had to take a wrench from, they need to choose their friends more wisely. Well, what if I tell you I done known these people 10 years and they done changed up? Like I said before, you got a husband and he got 3 kids outside of you, and you don't even know about these kids. You understand what I mean? Like I said, your wife is up, y'all up in the house together as a married couple, and she then went out on you, and you got 2 of the kids here out of y'all 3, and ain't even yours. You got to look at this stuff. You don't know how people going to change on you. You know what I mean? And that could be best friends, female friends, guy friends, YouTube friends. You don't know that these people is going to change. But to me, the wrench didn't mean that nobody was no best friends and nothing, no way. So I don't think they comprehend the conversation at all. And it's sad, but it's true. I thank you so much, Patty, for coming and spending time. You know for a fact that I definitely will see you sooner than later. I thank Mr. Man, Mr. Sports, if he's still around. I don't know if Miss Arlise is gone. Arlise, here I go again. Arlise. And I got like three different ways. I told her that before about the names. I got somebody named Arlene, Arlena. So when I met her, I was so used to saying it the other way that I get her name tangled up with that. But yep, I don't know if she's still here or not. But I thank you guys that are still here. And I definitely, like I said, I definitely will see you guys sooner than later because I'm always here waiting to see when y'all got something popping up. And if I miss something, I'll go back and watch it, catch a short, whatever we can do to keep on loving on one another and keep this thing going and powering up the drive. You know what I mean? And get to where we need to be and live this thing called life, but always keep God first place. You know what I mean? Because ain't none of this possible without Him. And see, and that's why I said too that you can't know everything and all the stuff that's going to happen on YT, but I feel that you got to watch who you're dealing with because a lot of times when you got people on here doing stuff wrong, they're undermined, and that's the devil's march right there. And a lot of times when you're around the people that are marching for the devil, they block your blessings. And that's why it's important for me to make sure I am trying to be surrounded as best as possible because you can start sifting through some people because you can tell who ain't and who is. You know what I mean? And like I said, I got one of my YouTubers too that got mad at me because I had to change my hours. And now they don't hardly come at all, or they pop up or try to pretend they've been there and I know they ain't because while I'm doing the live talking, I'm surfing around and I see you right there, but you act like you was in my life. And once again, like I said, you said you only got one device. And then you said, oh, I got a computer, but I'm doing the live too and I'm supporting and all this. I'm like, man, why would you go through all that? You lie to me, you lie to yourself and whoever else. It's crazy. But anywho, people, I'm finna go. Mr. Sports, I don't know if you left off, but thank you. Thank you so much for coming. And Patty, you laying down, relaxing now. You got rid of your big mouth. Rruk of all, you can chill back and really go down now without me talking your ear off. And I appreciate you guys. And I enjoyed this as always. And I keep riding this train and riding it because I really value you guys as my YouTube peeps. You know what I mean? Good night, handsome. I appreciate you, sports. And like I said, I definitely will see both of you guys sooner than later. I appreciate your friendship and your content. And Aaron said he don't want no parts of that. I'm glad you know what's up, bro. Oh, I'm so glad you understand. Because there's one less person I gotta try to say, watch it. Be careful. I just don't want nobody to get hurt by nobody that they met over here, you know? All right, beautiful. And thank you, handsome. Aaron, I enjoy your content. I thank you for the friendship. And please, bro, let me know if you're going to post that food because I would definitely love to salivate over it from here. Even though my stomach can turn into two stomachs, I still, you know how that do. Already know. Thank you, beautiful people, so much. And I'll just say bye for now. Bye. Bye.